Chapter 1751. The shadow of the black sword was dozens of meters long and several meters wide. It slashed towards Fanrwolin. Ah! Fanrwolin cried out in anger, waving the zither in his hand to block. Poochie! Blood spurted out like a fountain. The ground in front of Fanrwolin was completely dyed red. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently and put away the dark demon sword. Fanrwolin was kneeling on the ground, his entire body trembling. His clothes were completely soaked in blood. He looked at the youth in front of him in fear. If the other party hadn't stopped at the last moment, he would have died a miserable death. He thought he was a genius, that he was the only existence in the Fan family. But when he met Ling Xiao, he suddenly realized that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Too pitiful. Even third young master Fan lost to him. What's going on? In the VIP room, the administrator of the Hell Tower looked out the window in shock. This scene was hard for him to accept. This child's cultivation isn't too high, but his battle strength is astonishing. His fists are domineering and his swordsmanship is strange and unpredictable. Third young master losing to him is nothing. Fan Ruahai smiled. On the contrary, I think that if third young master can learn from this lesson and cultivate steadily instead of looking down on everything, he might improve even more. But eldest young master, he's already reached the 69th floor. Are you really going to let him become the champion of the 70th floor? The administrator asked. What's wrong with that? The Hell Tower has always relied on one's own ability. If he has that ability, even if he becomes the champion of the 100th floor, so what? Fan Ruahai smiled. But young master, that secret map is extremely precious. It relates to the secret of the underground world. The administrator reminded, if he can really decipher that map, his strength will increase crazily. Yes, but you said it yourself. After so many years, Heavenly Sea Tyranny and this young master have never been able to decipher that map. Moreover, the two of us are the two great families of the Heavenly Sea Empire working together to decipher it. Do you think he can do it? Fan Ruahai smiled, not minding it at all. Young master, you're right. My worries were groundless. Even though the fighters after the 70th floor aren't as terrifying as Heavenly Ocean's four greats, they're still quite strong. The most frightening floor is still the 99th floor, where the sealed Hell Lord is. Even Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was almost killed by that guy, but in the end, he relied on his wits to get through. This Ling Xiao definitely won't pass. The administrator thought for a moment and finally calmed down. The so-called Lords of Hell were said to have been born together with the Hellish Tower. They came from the cracks in space. It was hard to tell what kind of creature it was. However, this demonic being had killed quite a number of super genius martial artists who had reached the 99th level over the years. Those martial artists all became his nourishment. In another VIP room, Sunling Chan couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, Jun Macho, oh Jun Macho, I actually hope that you can stop him. If he can even defeat you, then I'm really worried that if he is given more time, then I'm afraid that no genius in the entire White Tiger continent can stop him. Is his talent really that terrifying? Hua Hua asked in confusion. You're right, Fairy Ling Chan. Jun Macho was the one who answered Hua Hua. She stood up slowly with determination in her eyes. That's why I have to defeat him. The White Tiger continent belongs to Jingyi School. We can't let an outsider dominate. Can you stop him? Sunling Chan asked. I have to stop him even if I can't. Jun Macho didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao anymore. She knew Fanrwolin's strength very well. He was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 9 and possessed an extremely strange martial soul. Although she had defeated her opponent, it was definitely not easy. However, looking at Ling Xiao, it seemed that he had defeated Fanrwolin so easily. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Right now, she wanted to personally experience Ling Xiao's strength. She wanted to stop him with her mid-stage Yin-Yang Realm cultivation. Jun Macho took a deep breath and stepped onto the arena on the 70th level. However, Ling Xiao was already waiting for him there. Don't you need to rest for a while? Jun Macho asked curiously. No need. I didn't consume much energy. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant. He indeed didn't consume much energy after defeating Fanrwolin. He knew that Jun Macho was a truly difficult opponent to deal with. However, he could still win even if she was difficult to deal with. Jun Macho wasn't called Fairy Macho for nothing. Her appearance was also very outstanding. She was almost on par with Sunling-chan. This wasn't strange. In the mystic world, the more powerful a martial artist was, the more perfect their appearance was. This was because after practicing martial arts, one's body would be strengthened and transformed continuously. This could make one's figure and appearance even more perfect. Even an old woman in her 60s or 70s could be as pretty as an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Alright, in that case, I won't hold back. Jun Macho didn't plan to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao. She planned to strike first. The moment she spoke, her body flashed, and a light long sword flew into her hand from the weapon rack. Then, she stabbed it toward Ling Xiao at lightning speed. The sword was a flexible sword. This made Ling Xiao feel nostalgic, because he had also used a flexible sword before. A martial artist who dared to use such a sword was extremely confident in their control of their moves. Jun Macho's goal was simple. She wanted to get close to Ling Xiao and gain the upper hand. She didn't want to give Ling Xiao a chance to counterattack. She believed that Ling Xiao's strength lay in his terrifying attack power. If a martial artist's attack power was strong, his defense would naturally be weak. Therefore, if she wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, she couldn't let him make a move. She wasn't the only one who thought this. In fact, everyone in the audience thought the same. Because from the first floor to the 69th floor, Ling Xiao hadn't suffered the slightest injury. Even his clothes were clean. He seemed to be afraid of something and didn't dare to take his opponent's attack head-on. This also gave many people the illusion that Ling Xiao's defense was definitely weak. In the VIP room, Fan Ruolin gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, why didn't I think of this? That guy chose to use a strange doppelganger to dodge my musical note attack. It must be because his defense isn't strong enough." Until now, he still couldn't accept his loss. He felt that he had been played by Ling Xiao. Is that really the case? Fan Ruahai chuckled. "Third brother, watch carefully. He will tell you how his defense is soon." Facing Jun Macho's sudden attack, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he laughed. Originally, he was still thinking about how to draw his opponent over and then defeat him in the simplest and most direct way. After all, dragging it out wouldn't do him any good. He didn't expect his opponent to walk right into his trap. He had no intention of blocking this sword at all. Chapter 1752. When Jun Macho's sword was less than 2 or 3 meters away from Ling Xiao's body, a layer of white bone armor suddenly appeared on his body, making him look like a demon stepping out of hell. And it wasn't over yet. Outside the white bone armor, a layer of red sun feather coat emitting a blazing light completely wrapped around him. Jun Macho's sword quickly melted as soon as it entered the range of the blazing light. After all, it wasn't a magic weapon. Although the material was good, it still couldn't resist Ling Xiao's terrifying red sun feather coat. However, Jun Macho seemed to have been prepared for this. At the same time that his right hand stabbed down, a dagger that he had prepared beforehand suddenly shot out from his left sleeve. This broken sword was also on the weapon rack, but Jun Macho had already hidden it in her sleeve. Ice Spike. The short sword was wrapped in a strange layer of ice. It avoided the melting of the high temperature and directly pierced the white bone armor. Jun Macho sensed something was wrong with this stab. This isn't an ordinary armor. You cheated by using a magic weapon. A magic weapon? I didn't expect the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school to be so ignorant. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Jun Macho had just finished her attack and was very close to him. Ling Xiao roared and directly punched Jun Macho, who was only a few feet away from him. Jun Macho wasn't an ordinary person. She was able to think of a way to deal with such a dangerous situation. As she retreated, she stepped on the ground of the arena. Then the ground turned into stone slabs, blocking Ling Xiao's attack. However, at this time, Jun Macho was overconfident again. She didn't choose to take advantage of the situation to retreat. Instead, she summoned another sword from the weapon rack and stabbed through the stone slabs. Puff! The stone slabs were pierced through by the long sword in her hand, which contained an astonishing amount of yuan qi, as if they were made of tofu. However, She had already lost the best opportunity to dodge. Ling Xiao's fists came crashing down. The terrifying power of the 600 Emperor Earth Empress combined with the terrifying power of the body of hell. Even the sword in Jun Macho's hand was shattered once again. Jun Macho no longer had a chance. She had made a mistake, so she was destined to be caught by Ling Xiao and be unable to fight back. The two terrifying fists landed heavily on Jun Macho's chest. Jun Macho felt a terrifying force throw her far away. However, what annoyed her the most was Ling Xiao. Wasn't it because she was a woman? Of all the places to attack, he actually chose that place that couldn't be attacked the most. It really pissed her off. Jun Macho was blasted back dozens of meters, but she eventually stopped and somersaulted a few times in the air in an attempt to counterattack Ling Xiao. This was her strong point, which was something that Fan Ruolin and Ko Xiling could not compare to. Unfortunately, she couldn't see any trace of the enemy. By the time she reacted, a sword was already at her neck. Defeated, he had lost so easily. Jun Macho didn't even have time to display his full strength. She felt that she had lost miserably. I don't accept this. Jun Macho stared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "This is the arena. If it were a Jianghu vendetta, there would be no need for you to accept this, because you would already be dead." Ling Xiao said coldly, "Admit defeat. Otherwise, my sword won't show any mercy." Feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Ling Xiao's cold eyes, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. She also felt the pain of being cut by the sword on her neck. Although Jun Macho felt extremely sullen, she still admitted defeat in the end. "I won't make the same mistake at the White Tiger gathering." Jun Macho felt that the sword on his neck had been removed. He stood up straight and said, "Do you know what mistake you made?" Ling Xiao asked. "Underestimating the enemy." Jun Macho said, "It wasn't underestimating the enemy, but overconfidence. You made a series of mistakes. You thought my defense was weak. That was the first mistake. When you had the chance to avoid my killing move, you chose to counterattack. That was the second mistake. And the root of the mistake was that you were overconfident and didn't analyze the opponent." Ling Xiao shook his head and continued, "Actually, if you hadn't launched a sneak attack and had chosen to fight me head-on, I might not have been able to defeat you so quickly." Jun Macho was stunned for a moment. Although she wasn't convinced, she had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. This time, it was because she wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao's weak defense that she suddenly launched an attack and fell into the opponent's trap. In reality, she hadn't even used half of her strength. This was the reason why she was so cowardly. See, third brother? His defense isn't weak. If you had followed Jun Macho's example, you would have lost even more miserably. Fan Ruahai glanced at the pale-faced Fan Ruolin and said indifferently, "Jianghu produces talented people in every generation. The outside world is very big. Don't be a frog at the bottom of a well. Go see the world at this White Tiger gathering. It doesn't matter if you don't get a ranking. Only by seeing the strength of the world can you cultivate even harder." Fan Ruolin clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Eldest young master, almost none of the arena masters are stronger than Ling Xiao. I think Ling Xiao can easily reach the 99th floor. The only one who can truly stop him is the Archdevil of Bator. The Hell Tower administrator seemed to be trying to ease the awkward atmosphere in the VIP room. Yes. In order to incite the warriors' enthusiasm, the arena masters of the Hell Tower are usually below the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The 99th floor is an exception. Fan Ruahai nodded and said, "Go and inform Ling Xiao to stop when he reaches the 98th floor. The Lord of Hell is too strong. He's definitely not a match for him." "Big brother, why should we help him?" Fan Ruolin said unhappily. "He spared your life. Shouldn't you return the favor?" Fan Ruahai glared at Fan Ruolin. Although he looked calm, Fan Ruolin was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. "I'll go now." The Hell Tower administrator left the VIP room and told Ling Xiao about this matter. However, when he returned, he brought back a piece of news that made Fan Ruahai not know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Xiao said that he has to go to the 100th floor. He's grateful for our good intentions, but he's not afraid of the Lord of Hell. Sigh, he's still too young. Fan Ruahai shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Wanchuang, let's go." I can't bear to see a genius get killed by the Lord of Hell. He really cherished Ling Xiao's talent. Yes, master. Mu Wanchuang also stood up and left with Fan Ruahai. Ling Xiao, who successfully became the arena master of the 70th floor, not only received a large amount of spiritual stones as a reward, but he also received a 1,000-year scarlet sun fruit. Chapter 1753. Ling Xiao ate the crimson sun fruit on the spot. The 1,000-year-old crimson sun fruit was very expensive outside. Sometimes, one couldn't even buy it. However, he ate it so easily. Boom. The effect of the crimson sun fruit was completely absorbed within 10 minutes. Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was very impressed with his wise decision to come to the Hell Tower. It allowed his cultivation to break through time and time again. It was really worth it. Moreover, it seemed like there was something that he was more interested in on the 99th floor. The Hell Overlord? He didn't care what it was. He had to get it at all costs. After Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through, he continued to challenge others. It was still very easy for him to go from the 70th floor to the 80th floor. Just like what the Hell Tower administrator said, no one could block his attacks. Although he couldn't defeat his opponent in one move, he could defeat them in 5 to 6 moves. This was an eye-opener for the audience. His attacks were strange and unpredictable. The same move could be executed in thousands of different ways. It was impossible to guard against it. Many people even exclaimed, "It can be done like that? I never thought about it. This guy is indeed a genius." It's really worth it to come to the Hell Tower to watch this competition. From Ling Xiao's battles, they had discovered many new battle techniques. However, these people were happy too early. After the actual test, they would realize that other than Ling Xiao, no one else could execute those strange attacks. Ling Xiao's speed, soul power, physical body, inner strength, Tai Chi Eye, and various strange martial souls allowed him to do things that others couldn't. Of course, these weren't what Ling Xiao cared about. After he received the spiritual stones and the 1,500-year-old crimson sun fruit, he ate them and cultivated as usual. He didn't break through this time, but there were signs of it. Next, he fought from the 80th floor to the 90th floor. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would have an exciting battle with the current arena champion, Sun Lingchan, on the 90th floor. However, what shocked them was that Sun Lingchan actually chose to admit defeat. Ling Xiao didn't know what Sun Lingchan was thinking, but he knew that he was definitely not Sun Lingchan's opponent now. Sun Lingchan's surrender was equivalent to opening up a path to the 99th floor for him. Sun Lingchan's reason was simple. She wanted to see if Ling Xiao could survive the Hell Lord's attack and catch up to Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's record. Sun Lingchan had a number of people. Ling Xiao had obtained a 1,800-year-old crimson sun fruit on the 90th floor. After consuming it, his cultivation base finally broke through again and reached the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang stage. He continued on until he reached the 99th level, where he met an archdevil. There was no audience on this floor. This was because the Hell Lord's attacks would never avoid the spectators. There had been cases where the spectators had all been killed by the Hell Lord. Hence, from then on, the 99th floor no longer had spectator seats. However, the audience could still watch the battle through a special array. It's just that it's not as exciting as live. Originally, everyone had been looking forward to this battle. However, what they found hard to accept was that as soon as the battle began, all the crystal screens turned pitch black, as if they were blocked by some special energy. Before the crystal screens turned black, they only saw the Hell Lord's enormous and terrifying body twisting as it charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there motionlessly. He's going to die, right? Lord Macho glanced at Sun Lingchan and said, "You should have stopped him on the 90th floor." "I didn't want to expose my strength either." Sun Lingchan shook her head and said, "Besides, he might not necessarily die." For some reason, Sun Lingchan had a special kind of expectation towards Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao would definitely bring her a pleasant surprise. What kind of joke is this? That Hell Lord's strength is close to the 15th level of the Yin-Yang stage. Even Tyranny Heavenly Ocean isn't its opponent. They can only use some tricks and the Tian Hai family's secret technique to trick the Hell Lord. Lord Macho didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking? You actually think he can win? The image is back. Just as Sun Ling Chan was about to reply, the image on the crystal screen returned to normal. Ling Xiao still looked very clean. His clothes were as white as snow, and his black hair danced in the wind. There was no trace of injury at all. Where's the Hell Lord? Everyone discovered that the Hell Lord on the 99th floor had actually disappeared. Hurry up and find someone to investigate. The administrator of Hell Tower was very anxious. The Hell Lord was the key to Hell Tower's survival. Moreover, it was an important fighting force of the Fan family. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, he couldn't bear the responsibility. However, there was only Ling Xiao on the 99th floor. It was as if the Hell Lord had never appeared. There wasn't even a trace of its aura. Young hero Ling, where's the Hell Lord? The administrator directly questioned Ling Xiao. I don't know. Just now, I only saw a strange crack in space, and the Hell Lord was sucked in. Ling Xiao shook his head. A spatial crack. I didn't expect a spatial crack to appear here. The administrator couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. When the Hell Lord had first appeared, such a thing had appeared at the same time. This time, the Hell Lord had disappeared as well. This Ling Xiao's luck was really good. Then I must congratulate you, young hero Ling. The champion of the 100th floor, tyrannical heavenly ocean, definitely isn't here, so you can win without fighting. The map of the underground world is yours. The administrator looked at Ling Xiao. He really didn't know what to say. This martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent was really lucky. Sun Ling Chan admitted defeat, and the Hell Lord disappeared. The two biggest hurdles had mysteriously passed. Even so, a win was a win. Ling Xiao had reached the 100th floor of Hell Tower and obtained the highest level VIP token of the Fan family. In the future, as long as it was a business of the Fan family, he would be able to enjoy the greatest discounts. Of course, the rewards of the underground world were not small. There was also the map of the underground world. That was the true reason he had come here. Apart from these substantial rewards, there was also a glory that others envied. It was said that every martial artist who reached the 100th floor would be able to obtain a statue of their own in the underground world. Moreover, this statue would be protected by the Fan family. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this kind of glory. After getting the map of the secret realm, he got rid of many people and quickly left the underground world, returning to the Tower of Heroes. Now that he had the materials for the fledgling dragon pill and the map of the underground world, it was time to focus on increasing his cultivation. He put the map of the underground world aside and focused on refining the fledgling dragon pill. Chapter 1754. When Ling Xiao was refining pills, Danfeng and the others were guarding outside, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Lian had been running back and forth between the Lu family and the outstanding pavilion for the past few days. Although she was tired, she enjoyed it. To her, protecting Ling Xiao was also a blissful thing. When the 20 fledgling dragon pills were successfully refined, Ji Luoyu returned. She brought back 10 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang ingredients. Thus, Ling Xiao continued to make the malatang. This did not take long. He finished it in 2 hours. In fact, when he was refining pills and making the malatang, Ling Xiao fully utilized the advantage of his Gemini martial souls. He continued to study the map of the secret realm. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he finally saw through the mystery of the secret realm map. It turned out that there was also a type of intelligent life living underground in the mystic world. Just like the Sea Clan in the sea, the life underground in the mystic world was called the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Clan lived underground for a long time and was very adapted to the darkness. Thus, they were also called the Night Clan. The place indicated on the map was the remains of a Nightman clan. It was unknown whether there were any Nightman clan members living there. However, what was certain was that there were a lot of precious treasures in the Night Clan's ruins. Just like the Changel's secret realm on the Changel Celestial Island, if one was lucky, not only could he achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he might also obtain something unexpected. Everyone, take the Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang and fledgling dragon pills. Go into seclusion for 3 days, and try to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. Next, let's go to the Night Clan's ruins. After making 10 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang, Ling Xiao gave the order. Of course, as the maker, he received 2 portions of Big Dipper Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang. The remaining 8 people, including Lu Lian, each received a portion. They also received 12 fledgling dragon pills. Of course, 5 of them were promised to Sun Lingchan. Even so, there were still 7 left. The remaining 8 fledgling dragon pills were given to the other 8 people. 3 days later, Danfeng was the first to end his closed-door cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and he was very close to breaking through. He believed that as long as he followed Ling Xiao to the secret realm, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Lu Lian and Danfeng were in a similar situation. Mou and Zhu Xiaozong also came out of closed-door cultivation one after another. Both of them had broken through to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although this level of strength was still lacking compared to the cultivators of the Tianhai Empire, it was at least an improvement. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Other than Ling Xiao, the ones who improved the most were Longchun and Cold Plum. After the life-or-death battle with Sun Xiao, the dragon's potential was stimulated. Coupled with the effects of the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Scarlet Yang Malatang and the fledgling dragon pill, he actually broke through to the peak of Yin-Yang realm's 7th level. Cold Plum was equally terrifying. After absorbing the energy from the 10,000 Ghost Banner and taking 2 miraculous herbs, her cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. She was already catching up to the talented Longchun. This was a huge improvement. As for Ling Xiao, he had been in closed-door cultivation for the longest time. Of course, it was inevitable that he would break through. His cultivation had jumped from the middle stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, even if he encountered the Saint's Sword of the Wind Demon again, he would not be afraid. Good. You've all broken through in your cultivation. However, this is not enough. The next step is the key. How much you can break through in this underground world's secret realm will depend on your own abilities. I can't help you. Ling Xiao looked at the cultivators of the Tianhai Empire and said seriously, "This trip to the secret realm will be filled with danger. You must be careful." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. If we were afraid of death, we wouldn't have come to the Tianhai Empire. Since we're here, we have no fear." Everyone's thoughts were very clear. Rather than being bullied at the White Tiger Storm meet, it was better to break through more. That way, even if they died because of the adventure, it would be worth it. Before heading to the secret realm, Ling Xiao gave 5 perfect-grade fledgling dragon pills to Sun Lingchan. Then, the group of 9 left Tianhai City quietly and headed for the Night Man Race ruins dozens of miles away. According to the map he had deciphered, there was an altar about 100 meters underground that led to the underground world. This was not difficult for a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. After confirming the location, Ling Xiao dug a hole in the ground 100 meters underground and everyone followed him. 100 meters underground was actually a very spacious place. There was a seemingly abandoned altar here. "How is it? Can it be reactivated?" Danfeng asked. "No problem. This altar is activated by spirit stones and arrays. Given my ability, it won't take more than 2 hours to repair it. You guys are in charge of guarding it. I'll repair the altar." Ling Xiao was really grateful that his Yuan Venerate master had taught him how to refine arrays. Otherwise, he would have been stumped by this ordinary altar. "Your Majesty, it seems like we are being watched." Danfeng lowered his voice. "I know." Ling Xiao nodded. "Ever since I obtained the map of the secret realm, the Tianhai Empire's royal family and the Fan family have been watching me. It's normal to be followed. Then what should we do? Are we going to work for someone else?" Longchun was anxious. "Don't worry, it's even better that they're here. I still want to recruit more warriors. I've read in the ancient records that the Nightman clan hates outsiders very much. With just the few of us, if we encounter a strong opponent, it will be really difficult to deal with them. However, if we attract a large number of martialists, then we can take advantage of the situation. The few of you must follow me closely. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao reminded them. So your majesty already has a plan. Looks like I worried too much. Dan Feng smiled. The longer he stayed by Ling Xiao's side, the more he realized how terrifying and powerful Ling Xiao was. He couldn't help but admire him even more. 2 hours later, the altar was repaired. Ling Xiao took out 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones and inserted them. Crack. As the mid-grade spirit stones were inserted, the array was activated. Then, a thick beam of light penetrated the soil and rushed out of the ground. See? This is my method of recruiting martialists. Ling Xiao smiled. We aren't the only ones keeping an eye on the Night Man Race ruins. I'm sure all the martialists of the Tianhai Empire are keeping an eye on it. However, most of them don't have a map of the secret realm. Furthermore, those who have a map can't decipher the mysteries within. However, they will definitely send someone to keep an eye on it. Once this beam of light is released, many people will definitely come. Idiot! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard from above. A figure flew down. This was the powerhouse who had been following Ling Xiao. He was at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm and was a famous bandit outside Tianhai City. People called him Demonic Blade. Chapter 1755. Demonic Blade was in his 50s and was elusive. He had been following Ling Xiao when he obtained the map of the secret realm in the Hell Pagoda. Originally, he planned to destroy Ling Xiao and company so that he could go to the underground world alone to search for the opportunity. However, that beam of light gave him a fright. If that beam of light were to shoot out, wouldn't everyone know? Slash. Demonic Blade brandished the large saber in his hand as a terrifying saber beam attempted to shatter the beam of light. This saber strike was extremely powerful. The ferocious saber beam slashed down as though it was going to split the heavens and earth, directly striking the beam of light. Boom. Unfortunately, the beam of light was too terrifying. It sent Demonic Blade's long saber flying before shooting straight into the sky. When the nearby warriors saw the beam of light, they quickly informed their masters. Therefore, in less than a quarter of an hour, countless powerful martial artists rushed over from all directions and gathered together. Demonic Blade landed on the ground with a gloomy expression. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "You stay behind. The rest of you can scram. The opportunity in the underground world belongs to me, Demonic Blade. None of you deserve it. I'll kill anyone who disobeys me." Since the beam of light had already flown out, he knew that he couldn't change the situation. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and revealed a sinister smile. At most, he would just go on a killing spree. Hee hee, Demonic Blade. Aren't you a little too funny? Since the ruins have appeared, everyone who sees it will have a share. Although your cultivation is powerful, you don't have the qualifications to make us listen to you. The person who laughed was an old man who had just arrived at the altar. Ling Xiao recognized him. He was the administrator of the Hell Pagoda and also a member of the Fan family. Fan Laolian, are you courting death? Demonic Blade didn't give any face when he heard Fan Laolian's words. He brandished the large saber in his hand, and a terrifying saber beam tore through the air, slashing directly at Fan Laolian. Demonic Sound Palm. As the administrator of the Hell Pagoda and an old servant of the Fan family, Fan Laolian had a revered status. Not many people in the Tianhai Empire dared to provoke him. Therefore, he didn't expect Demonic Blade to attack without a word. He hurriedly struck out with both palms to block the ferocious saber beam. Boom! A terrifying cracking sound resounded throughout the entire underground, and all the animals within a radius of several hundred meters were frightened and fled in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators who had just arrived were sent flying, unable to even get close to the altar. Everyone, be careful. Ling Xiao released his supreme sword intent, protecting the warriors on his side with Danfeng and Lulian. He didn't care about other people's lives at all. However, nothing must happen to the people he had brought with him. Ahem, Demon Saber. It seems like you know what treasures there are in this underground world. If that's the case, I can't leave. Old Man Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his injuries were not serious. Instead, an excited red glow appeared on his face because he had guessed the intention of the demonic saber. Such a decisive attack meant that Demonic Saber had some understanding of the things in the Nightman race's ruins. Mo Dao often killed people for no reason, so he might have obtained some secrets from somewhere. At the thought of this, Old Man Fan felt that he had made the right choice in coming here to join in the fun. Demonic Saber snorted and said, "Old Man Fan, and all of you, get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone I see and make you regret competing with me for treasures." His words were quite overbearing and arrogant. However, the warriors who came one after another didn't say anything because Demonic Saber's strength was the most terrifying among the warriors who came this time. If he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. Moreover, this guy's ferocious reputation had long spread throughout the Tianhai Empire. Almost everyone knew about him. Few people dared to offend such a person. However, if they couldn't afford to offend one person, it would be different if 2 or 3 or 4 people joined forces. Commander Tianhai, Old Man Spirit Pill, and Sect Master Foaming of Dragon Phoenix Mountain, are you willing to let Demonic Saber do as he pleases? There are many opportunities in the underground world. If we join forces, we can all get benefits. We can't let him monopolize everything. Old Man Fan knew that he wasn't as good as Demonic Saber, so he invited the 3 prominent figures in the group to join forces. Of course, this was done secretly through voice transmission. Even if they didn't succeed, no one would hear them. Tian Jun was one of the commanders of Tianhai City's defense. His cultivation was at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Old Man Spirit Pill was Medicine King Pavilion's Sun Sa's subordinate. His cultivation was also at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Dragon Phoenix Mountain's Sect Master Foaming and Wu Yang's true cultivation was also at the same level. In addition to Old Man Fan, the 4 of them were at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They still had a chance of winning against a 12th level martial artist. In order to prepare, Old Man Fan secretly contacted a few warriors he knew. Basically, they were all experts who accompanied the White Tiger meat candidates. However, their cultivation was inferior to the 4 of them. No problem. Old Man Tianhai nodded. It was obvious that Demonic Saber was too overbearing. He was no match for Demonic Saber alone, so it was more appropriate to join forces. Fengming, Wu Yang, and Old Man Spirit Pill had no objections. The 4 of them hit it off immediately. Most importantly, Demonic Saber was too greedy. He wanted to take the treasure for himself. Who would let him have his way? After the 4 of them finished their discussion, they walked out of the crowd and surrounded Demonic Saber. Then, more than 10 people walked out of the crowd. All of them were at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Old Man Fan sneered and said, "Demonic Saber, if you're willing to share the treasure, we won't be enemies with you. However, what you're doing is despicable. You're stronger than us, but if we join forces, you won't be able to gain any advantage." That's right. Demonic Saber, move aside if you know what's good for you. The altar has been opened, and the path to the underground world will be opened at any time. If you don't move aside, we won't hold back. Old Man Fan said coldly, "Ha ha ha ha, a bunch of trash joining forces. You're still trash. Do you really think you can stop me with your numbers?" Demonic Saber was extremely arrogant. He didn't even care about Old Man Fan and the others joining forces. He even had the intention of starting a fight if they didn't agree. The martial artists with weaker cultivations retreated one after another. Although the temptation of the treasure was huge, it would be inappropriate to lose one's life for the treasure. After all, the destructive power of a battle between martial artists at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm was too terrifying. The aftershock alone was enough to kill them. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. What's there to fight about? I've decided that we can all share the underground world. Just as both parties were about to draw their swords and fight, a voice came from afar. A moment later, a martial artist in a divine crocodile robe appeared in a palanquin. He was dressed extravagantly. The 4 people carrying the palanquin were also terrifying powerhouses. Their cultivation was at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Chapter 1756. The person carrying the palanquin was at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The person carrying the palanquin was not inferior to Demonic Saber in terms of strength. In fact, his aura was even stronger. The divine crocodile robe was only worn by the imperial family. Therefore, this person must be from the imperial family. Greetings, Your Highness Prince Wu. The Tianhai army hurriedly greeted this person. The others also bowed. Prince Wu? He was the younger brother of the Tianhai Empire's emperor. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh inwardly when he saw this person. The imperial family was indeed greedy. They would definitely want a share of something as precious as the Nightman race's ruins. However, what was interesting was that other than them, no other forces sent their young geniuses. It seemed that the White Tiger meet was approaching. The major forces were still cautious about the dangerous secret realm. It's actually Prince Wu. Demonic Saber's expression turned ugly. This person's strength was on par with his. It was impossible for him to suppress Prince Wu. If Prince Wu joined forces with Fan Laolian and the others, how could he stop them alone? Damn it! It was all that Ling Xiao's fault. If he had not released the light beam rashly and attracted so many experts, this situation would not have happened. He glanced coldly at Ling Xiao but found that the kid was still smiling. Damn, did this kid attract so many people on purpose? At that moment, Demonic Saber seemed to have understood something. He thought that with Ling Xiao and the other's strength, it was more likely that they would die if they entered the underground world. However, if they could find a large number of experts to help them, it would be a completely different story. What a cunning kid. At the thought of this, Demonic Saber's judgment of Ling Xiao was clearly higher. He suddenly looked at Prince Wu and said, "This place was discovered by that kid. He was also the one who activated the altar. It's up to him whether we can share it or not." Clearly, Demonic Saber was finding a way out for himself. Since he could no longer control the situation, he might as well admit defeat. However, he had to find a way to admit defeat. He could not embarrass himself too much. When everyone heard Demonic Saber's words, they all looked at Ling Xiao. Junior is naturally willing. The treasures belong to those who are virtuous. Junior's strength is meager, so I naturally do not dare to monopolize them. Ling Xiao smiled, and his attitude was very humble. Anyway, you guys are here to be my cannon fodder, so I won't lose anything if I treat you guys with a better attitude. You're cunning. However, the Night Human Clan's relic isn't something trash like you can touch. Imo Dao sneered. He suddenly looked at Prince Wu and said, "Prince Wu, the treasures in the ruins are definitely limited. The more people there are, the less we will get. Don't tell me you want to let those trash take a share? What do you mean? Just say it." Prince Wu said coldly, "It's very simple. You and I will chase these people away or kill them, and then split the treasure equally." As expected, Demonic Saber was still unwilling to let too many people taint his treasures. If only he and Wu Qinhuang were left, then he would have a way to play Wu Qinhuang to death. "Your Highness, don't listen to him. He's extremely cunning. I've looked up his information before. Any martial artist who cooperated with him, even if their cultivation was higher than his, couldn't escape death in the end." Tianhai Jun hurriedly shouted, "You talk too much." Demonic Saber was instantly enraged when he heard Tianhai Jun's words. If Demonic Saber didn't interrupt, Prince Wu would definitely agree to his suggestion given his greed. A terrifying black saber chi slashed towards Tianhai Jun. Tianhai Jun was alone, so he was no match for Demonic Saber. Moreover, he didn't expect Demonic Saber to attack him in front of Prince Wu, so he was stunned. Divine Crocodile Fist. Just as Demonic Saber Chi was on the line between life and death, a fist flew out and collided with the Black Saber Chi. The two types of energy almost collapsed in the air at the same time. Demonic Saber and Prince Wu were actually on par with each other in this collision. Demonic Saber, you can't kill Tianhai Jun. You can't kill martial artists above the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. Prince Wu glanced at Demonic Saber and said, "You should understand what I mean. As for those martial artists below the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm, you can deal with them as soon as possible so that they won't be an eyesore." Hundreds of martial artists felt the terrifying threat of death when they heard this. Those who were smart and reacted quickly circulated their Yin-Yang origin energy and fled into the distance. They understood what Prince Wu meant. Martial artists below the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm wouldn't be of any help in the underground world. Instead, they would share in the fortuitous encounters. Therefore, it was best to kill them. Ling Xiao didn't leave. He stood there and casually took out a formation refining stone to connect the 9 of them. The 9 of them gathered their origin energy and formed a powerful defensive wall. Even a 13th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist wouldn't be able to break through this defense, let alone a 12th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. That's right. Ants, how dare you touch the treasures? Go to hell. Demonic Saber, who had been suppressing his anger, vented it on Ling Xiao first. He thought that all of this was caused by Ling Xiao's beam of light. However, the range of his attack was too large. Almost all the martial artists below the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm were caught in it. This made the scene even more chaotic. In my name, Demonic Saber, kill. Demonic Saber's title wasn't just for show. He raised the pitch-black Demonic Saber in his hand. Terrifying saber chi quickly gathered and formed a huge saber chi that was hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide. As the saber slashed down, dozens of martial artists died on the spot before the terrifying saber chi even landed. This was because they couldn't block the attack of the terrifying saber chi. A 12th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist is indeed powerful. The power of this saber technique is truly formidable. Ling Xiao originally thought that since they were both Yin-Yang realm martial artists, the difference between the 10th and 12th levels of the Yin-Yang realm wouldn't be that big. However, after witnessing the demonic saber's attack, he understood. Other than a monster like him, the difference in strength between the rest of the martial artists was huge. Under the demonic saber's attack, the martial artists below the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm were like ants in a gale. Their bodies flew around involuntarily. Some even crashed into each other and died at the same time. The protective wall that the 9 of them worked together to hold up was constantly distorted by the saber. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Ling Xiao was about to unleash his true strength to fight against the demonic saber. However, at that moment, he saw some words appear on the altar from the corner of his eye. Get ready. The underground world's passage is about to open. Ling Xiao understood the meaning of the words clearly with his Tai Chi eye. Therefore, he quickly informed the 9 people on his side to get ready. To prevent the 9 of them from being thrown to different places, Ling Xiao connected the 9 of them with a formation so that they could take care of each other. Just as he was done, the altar suddenly spun wildly. Chapter 1757. A huge energy whirlpool formed above the altar. The demonic blade's attacks were all sucked away by the whirlpool. Even the demonic blade itself was pulled towards the whirlpool because it was close to the altar. It wasn't just him. All the martial artists within 100 meters of the altar were sucked in by the terrifying energy whirlpool. The whirlpool was too terrifying. No one could completely control their own bodies. Not even Ling Xiao could. Hence, he could only try his best to remain calm and observe his surroundings. He was prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was an instant, or perhaps it was 2 hours. Because their minds were dizzy, they couldn't determine what had just happened. They only knew that they had fallen underground. Of the 400 martial artists, only 300 had survived. Dozens of people died in the process of this fall. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the others were connected by a formation. If anyone was in danger, they could help. Hence, all 9 of them had survived. The world below was almost pitch black, with only a few weak lights flickering there. These lights seemed to be emitted by some special plants and ores. Apart from that, the entire world was pitch black. It took a long time for the warriors to adapt to the darkness before they could see clearly in the darkness. Are these the ruins of the Nightman race? Danfeng looked around. There were indeed some dilapidated buildings. They were completely different from the buildings on the surface. Most of the terrain here was filled with caves. There were big and small ones, and they were all connected to each other. It was like a maze. It's filled with a rotten aura. There's also an extremely powerful soul force. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He found that there was no problem with breathing here. The Nightman race was probably like humans. They needed air to survive. Although they lived underground, there were still plants that could release air. Of course, Ling Xiao was most concerned about the restless Lord of Hell in his body. When he was on the 99th floor of the Hell Tower, he had relied on the Butterfly Lady's help to trap the Lord of Hell in the Hell Dragon Talisman. He had used the Hell Dragon fire to refine it. However, there was no effect. But when he came here, he discovered that the Lord of Hell was in a state of nervousness. What did that mean? This meant that there was something in the underground world that he was afraid of. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Even if he couldn't find any other opportunities in the underground world, as long as he could completely refine the power of the Abyssal Lord, it would definitely be a great gain for him. What kind of damned place is this? It's so damp and dark. How do the night humans even live here? The martial artists began to complain. Because the air was filled with dense moisture, everyone felt very uncomfortable. Huge underground plants were growing haphazardly in all kinds of caves and crevices. No matter how one looked at it, it was uncomfortable. Watch out for spiders. Suddenly, someone shouted. What's so scary about spiders? To think that you're a martial artist. However, when this person spoke, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. A contentment that was 4 to 5 times his size crawled out of the dark cave, then opened its strange, huge mouth and bit towards him. Help! In a state of panic, the martial artists shouted as they desperately waved their weapons to attack. However, in front of the huge spider, everything he did seemed so childish and laughable. His entire body was swallowed by the spider. Before he died, his body was still wriggling in the spider's mouth. This person probably never dreamed that one day he would be swallowed by a tiny spider like a mosquito. It was simply too tragic. Crazy. What kind of damned place is this? Why is there such a huge spider? The other martial artists were so frightened that they ran away. More than 10 people were swallowed by the spiders because they panicked. The spiders just hung above the cave, waiting for people to sneak attack when they passed by. Actually, the spiders weren't that strong. 5th or 6th level in Yang Realm martial artists could easily deal with them. The problem was that many people were too nervous and panicked. Once they encountered a situation, they would completely lose their minds and do some stupid things, causing their own deaths. Don't panic. Aim your attacks. These spiders aren't as strong as you think. Ling Xiao warned his companions. The 9 of them stood together and formed a tight defensive formation. A spider fell from the top of the cave. Its tail was still tied with thick silk threads. It tried to bite Mou. Long Chen, who was beside Mou, reacted quickly and punched out. The terrifying dragon fist smashed the spider into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cave walls were covered with sticky things. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As if to take revenge for the dead spider, more than 10 huge spiders fell from the top of the cave in an instant. They wanted to swallow Ling Xiao and the others. Courting death. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The spiders were trying to use their advantage in numbers to deal with them. His left eye suddenly released a blazing light that turned into boundless flames. Heaven-burning eye, true samadhi fire. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques. Instead, he used a soul secret technique to attack the spiders. The moment he arrived in the underground world, he realized that the air here was filled with dense soul aura. He suspected that the Nightman clan was skilled in soul attacks, similar to the soul race. It was rumored that the soul race was the descendant of the human race and the Nightman clan. As a member of the Nightman clan, it was natural that they were skilled in soul attacks. The attack this time was just a test. The effect was perfect. The power unleashed by the heaven-burning eye was at least twice as strong as usual. The terrifying flames burned the entire group of spiders to ashes in an instant. He easily solved the problem on his side, but there were too many spiders. Many martial artists had already died tragically under the spiders' sneak attacks. Ling Xiao looked at the situation. There were a large number of spider eggs at the top of the cave. These spider eggs seemed to be constantly hatching spiders. If they continued fighting like this, even if they weren't killed, they would be exhausted to death. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Ling Xiao quickened his pace and left the spider nest. The other martial artists weren't stupid. Seeing him leave, they all followed behind and ran. After a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. In front of him was a forest full of mushrooms and wood ears. It didn't look dangerous, but Ling Xiao's intuition told him that the road ahead wasn't so easy. He reminded Danfeng and the others. Then, he still walked at the front. His taiji eye was always open, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In Ling Xiao's view, this underground world was unfamiliar and dangerous. Perhaps it was full of opportunities, but it also made people fearful. Chapter 1758. There was a dangerous aura in the forest, which made everyone tense up. Plop. Suddenly, a yin-yang realm warrior fell to the ground. Then, his body quickly corroded and turned into huge mushrooms. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. There were so many mushrooms and wood ears here, but they were all transformed from human corpses. This was too disgusting and terrifying. Everyone, hold your breaths and swallow the antidote pill I gave you. Ling Xiao reminded the people on his side. This should be the legendary mushroom forest. In ancient times, it was actually called the Demon Bone Forest. However, after some misinformation, it became less terrifying and people forgot how terrifying this forest was. Those mushrooms can release gas that makes people dizzy. Once they fall and lose consciousness, countless tiny microorganisms will completely decompose the corpse in a moment and turn it into new mushrooms. Ling Xiao could not help but rejoice that he had been practicing martial arts diligently and had read a lot of books. Otherwise, he would not have been able to guess such a situation. In a small patch of forest, dozens of martial artists were lost. Ling Xiao did not sympathize with these people. He did not force these people to take the risk with him. These people were driven by their own greed. If they died or something happened, it was their own fault. They could not blame him. He just needed to protect the people around him. Brat, take out your antidote pill and share it with everyone. Mo Dao stared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored him. After walking out of the mushroom forest, his face gradually darkened. Mo Dao, if you have the time to find trouble with me, you should worry about our enemies. Within the range of Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, there was a group of dark-skinned, handsome humanoids moving towards them at high speed. If he guessed correctly, they must be the Nightman tribe. This was because these people were almost identical to the Nightman tribe that Ling Xiao had seen in books. The attire of the Nightman clan was very strange. They basically wore leather armor, which was made from the skin of various animals. There was no cloth. This meant that the textile industry here was almost non-existent. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was that every single one of these night humans was very fast. They moved through the ravines of the underground world as if they were walking on flat ground. Enemy? Mo Dao was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he sneered and said, "Even I didn't discover anything. But you actually discovered it? Don't make these childish excuses. I said that I will destroy you, so I will definitely destroy you. No one can change that." Idiot! Ling Xiao scolded coldly, and then ordered Dan Feng and the others to lie down. Right at this moment, whoosh, whoosh, suddenly, dozens of arrows were shot out from the dark forest not far away. These arrows were wrapped in a terrifying wind energy. However, this energy was not internal energy, but pure soul power. Soul power actually has an attribute? This was Ling Xiao's first time seeing such a thing. The terrifying soul arrows were extremely powerful. A few more unlucky yin-yang realm martial artists were hit by the arrows, and a terrifying hole appeared in their bodies. He died on the spot. There were even people who were shot dozens of meters away and exploded in the air. The scene was extremely tragic. Mo Dao was also attacked, but he was strong. With a wave of his black saber, the arrows flying toward him were deflected and hit a nearby tree. Even so, Mo Dao was still quite shocked. This was because the arrows were so powerful that his hands were numb from the impact. Only Ling Xiao and the others, who were lying down, avoided this wave of arrows and were safe. Are you a descendant of the night humans? We don't have any enmity. Can we talk face to face? Someone among the martial artists shouted. However, what answered him was a sharp arrow that directly pierced through his head, killing him. The night humans are bloodthirsty and kill any martial artist who dares to enter their territory. You actually want to reconcile? Too stupid. Tianhai Army said coldly. Then, he raised his spear and charged at the enemies in the forest at an extremely fast speed. A powerhouse like him naturally wouldn't choose to sit and wait for death. Dozens of arrows flew over. Their target was Tianhai Army. They seemed to want to turn this human into a beehive for daring to counterattack. However, Tian High Army was a level 11 Enyang realm powerhouse after all. Although the arrows could break through his origin power protection, they couldn't break through his physical body. After a while, he was already close to the night humans in the dark. Then, he waved his spear and killed 4 night humans on the spot. Since there was no need to talk, he could only kill. He definitely wouldn't show mercy. Tian High Army's actions obviously angered the night humans in the forest. In an instant, hundreds of arrows shot toward him at almost the same time. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also saw a few shadows approaching Tian High Army in the dark. Shadow Cone. Although Ling Xiao didn't mind other martial artists dying in battle, Tian High Army was definitely a very useful combat force. Therefore, at this moment, even if others didn't help, he would. Dozens of shadow cones shot through the air at the same time. After a while, several figures fell in the dark. Not only that, but many of the arrows in the sky were also scattered. Thank you. Tian High Army blocked the remaining arrows and turned to look at Ling Xiao. No need. Focus on the battle. Roar. An angry roar came from the forest. This roar was filled with anger and sorrow. There was something. Everyone stared at the trembling bushes. Unlike the sneak attack just now, they were prepared for battle this time. They believed that as long as the enemy dared to attack, they had enough power to destroy them. However, sometimes, imagination wasn't reality. Whoosh! A black shadow darted out of the bushes. The martial artists didn't even see what it was before someone's throat was slit by a sharp blade and died on the spot. Those who were faster and had sharp reactions were able to dodge such a surprise attack. Moreover, he could clearly see what the black shadow was that came out of the thicket. The first thing they saw was a black panther. It wasn't very big, but it had explosive power and was extremely fast. Then, they saw the riders on the black panther. The weapons these riders used were actually boomerangs. The boomerangs were also burning with soul energy and could easily pierce through the protective yuan energy of many martial artists. This was the main culprit behind the deaths of those martial artists. The terrifying Black Panther riders relied on their powerful charge and speed to instantly kill a group of people before vanishing into the forest. They were preparing for an even more terrifying second wave of attacks. Ling Xiao sensed that this wasn't the only danger. The night humans were clearly skilled in battle, especially since this was their territory. For the night humans who were familiar with the terrain, killing the remaining 200-some martial artists was not difficult. Chapter 1759. Whoosh! Like a ghost, a boomerang flew out of the dense forest, cutting through countless pieces of grass as it charged towards Lu Lian. Lu Lian's expression was calm. A ball of fire spewed out from her hand. She didn't dodge and directly melted the boomerang. Then, this terrifying fist energy scuttled into the grass, and a scream was heard. A Black Panther knight died on the spot. Even the Black Panther knight was burnt to a crisp. Everyone, don't be afraid. Although these night men are familiar with the terrain, they are generally weak. As long as we deal with them carefully, we should be fine. Elder Fan hurriedly shouted. His shout stabilized the morale of the troops. Otherwise, if the chaos continued, the Black Panther Knights and the archers would take them down one by one. However, the Night Men's attacks wouldn't stop because of his shout. A Black Panther Knight suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The Black Panther bared its teeth and clawed at Ling Xiao with its huge claws. The Knight's boomerang also chopped towards Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao was about to attack, but at that moment, he chose to take a step back. It was this step that allowed him to avoid the attack from the sky. He raised his head and looked up. In the sky, an eagle was staring at Ling Xiao. When it flapped its wings, it actually created a raging wind. This wind was enough to tear apart hard stones and thick trees. Is that also a nightman? Ling Xiao was puzzled, but he didn't stop his attacks. As he retreated, a red sun all pierced through the air. At the same time, a shadow all pierced towards the Black Panther Knight in front of him. The red sun all pierced through the air and instantly flashed with a blinding light. The eagle lost its vision. By the time it recovered, its body had been pierced by the red sun all. The other Black Panther Knights were also pierced by Ling Xiao's shadow all. They all died. However, what surprised him was that after the eagle landed, it actually transformed into a human. This is very similar to the bloodline power on the surface, but it feels a little different. Through the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao could clearly analyze that the energy this person needed to transform all came from soul power. The soul could transform the body? This was somewhat inconceivable, but that was the truth. With the addition of the Eagle Knight clan, the battle became even more intense. Although the martial artists on the surface were more powerful, there were more of them. Furthermore, they were familiar with the terrain and their combat power was not weak. Dark Sky Devil Land. Mo Dao's roar suddenly came, and a terrifying horizontal slash was directly slashed out. Even he couldn't stand the constant harassment from the Nightman clan. He actually didn't want to attack, but the Nightman race wouldn't stop attacking him just because of that. The enraged Devil Blade finally made his move. A fan-shaped saber chi flattened the forest in front of the demonic saber, which was dozens of square meters in size. Not only that, but many Black Panther knights and archers hiding in the forest were also cut in half, dying with their eyes wide open. Demonic Blade is indeed a demonic blade. Your strength is indeed terrifying. However, your majesty isn't weak either. Wu Qinhuang and Demonic Blade had the same mentality. They didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but those night men just had to come and cause trouble for them. How could he not make a move? He directly struck out with his palm. This palm turned into a huge crocodile claw, covering an area of dozens of meters. Boom! The huge crocodile claw landed on the ground, and dozens of Nightman race martial artists were directly smashed into meat paste. Roar! Just then, an angry roar came from the forest. Then, Ling Xiao felt a terrifyingly powerful soul power accumulating at an accelerated speed. Everyone, be careful. There's a stronger attack coming. If it was before, no one would believe him if he said that. However, ever since Ling Xiao accurately judged the appearance of the Nightman race, he became a member that everyone trusted. Everyone held their breaths and concentrated, circulating their essence force and preparing to defend. Whoosh, a terrifying sound was heard. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. In the forest, a huge tornado rose from the ground and instantly appeared in front of everyone. A few martial artists near the edge were swept up by the violent wind and torn into pieces. What kind of attack is this? Why is it so terrifying? Soul Secret Technique. Demonic Blade gritted his teeth and said, "This is a truly terrifying soul secret technique. On the surface, only the soul race can use it freely. I didn't expect the Nightman race to use it even more terrifying. It seems like the rumors that the soul race is a hybrid between the Nightman race and the human race are true." He and Wu Qinhuang were both proficient in martial arts, and their yin and yang essence force was terrifying. However, their soul power wasn't too strong. Facing such an attack, they could only retreat. Just as everyone was about to flee, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of that terrifying tornado. Ling Xiao had always wanted to meet an expert who also used soul power. Only then would he be able to truly hone his soul secret technique. How could he give up such a rare opportunity so easily? Sword Spirit's Eye, Destruction Sword. The secret technique released by the Tai Chi Eye was all soul secret technique. The Destruction Sword was a terrifying sword condensed from soul power. It was a sword condensed from the Destruction Sword intent. It would destroy everything, including the terrifying tornado in front of them. The terrifying shadow of the sword shot out and then grew in the wind, piercing through the huge tornado with a single strike. The tornado seemed to have lost its vitality and gradually withered, finally disappearing completely. Good. Beautiful. Seeing Ling Xiao defeat the gigantic tornado, almost all the martial artists were cheering for him. At this time and place, whether they were enemies or not, the warriors on the surface didn't want Ling Xiao to lose. Because once Ling Xiao lost, they wouldn't be able to live. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. In an instant, a ferocious beast pounced out of the sword forest. A terrifying, ferocious beast that was formed entirely of soul power, destroying everything in its path. Good. Ling Xiao was waiting for the other party to make a move so that he could try more attacks. Eye of the Tomb of the God, Skeleton General. Tai Chi's eyes flickered. A deep giant door appeared beside Ling Xiao. A skeleton general stepped out of the door. It was also condensed from soul power. The long spear in its hand pierced through the destruction beast. Then it disappeared. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but that Ling Xiao needed more soul power to deliver a fatal blow. Sword Spirit's Eye, Slaughter Sword. Ling Xiao jumped up. In midair, the Tai Chi eye flashed, and then a huge black sword pierced through the air, piercing into the depths of the forest. The Nightman clan expert in the forest obviously didn't expect his two attacks to be broken by the people on the surface. What he didn't expect was that the people on the surface actually attacked him again. Why did he have such terrifying soul power when he wasn't from the Nightman clan? He really couldn't figure it out. However, at this time, there was no time for him to figure it out. He could only urge his soul power to set up layers of thick wind shields in front of him. Chapter 1760. The Nightman clan expert used his soul force to form a windshield. He attempted to block Ling Xiao's attack. It's useless. Your soul force isn't as good as mine. Your defense is nothing in front of me. Rumble. A terrifying explosion rang out from the forest. The terrifying black sword light seemed to have split the forest apart as it tore apart the wind shield like it was made of paper. In the end, it pierced the body of the Nightman clan expert. The Nightman clan expert let out a blood-curdling scream. His soul realm was actually shattered by Ling Xiao's sword. The shattering of his soul realm meant that he was reduced to a walking corpse. His eyes that were filled with fighting spirit instantly turned lifeless. Clearly, the Nightman clan expert that Ling Xiao killed was a leader. At the very least, he should be the leader of this ambush team. His death instilled a huge fear in the Nightman clan. One must know that this person's terrifying strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Nightman clan. Yet, he was killed so easily. How could they not be afraid? A strange, eagle-like cry rang out from the ground. Following that, the Nightman clan members that were hiding in the forest started to flee. Clearly, the death of their leader had caused them to feel fear. They also felt the strength of their opponent. They knew that there was no benefit in continuing to stand. The more powerful a martial artist's soul force was, the greater the fear they would feel when they failed. Both Devil Blade and Wu Qinhuang glanced at Ling Xiao intentionally. Clearly, they were shocked by Ling Xiao's fighting style. Only the Soul Clan or the Nightman clan would have such a pure soul force fighting style. Just where did this Ling Xiao come from? Humph! No matter where you come from, only death awaits you if you dare to snatch from me. Devil Blade coldly snorted as he thought to himself. As for Wu Qinhuang, he looked at Ling Xiao thoughtfully. He knew that Ling Xiao's identity was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Ling Xiao's path of growth was simply a legend. If he could be roped in to serve the imperial family, it would be a great fortune. Ling Xiao didn't know what the two of them were thinking. All he cared about was whether the 8 people he had brought with him were all right. Mou and Zhu Xiaocong were both injured, but their injuries were not serious. This kind of injury was also the best way to hone their combat abilities. If he completely protected them because he was afraid of death, he would not be helping them, but harming them. Looking at the other martial artists, they were really miserable. Of the 200 or so martial artists, only 150 were left. Many warriors were probably already regretting entering this underground world. After all, they hadn't even seen a single treasure and had already suffered countless casualties. It was really depressing. There was no danger for the time being, but no one dared to stay. They threw down the corpses and left quickly. The injured martial artists also tried their best to follow, afraid that they would be left behind. After all, these people were not from the same sect, and some of them did not even know each other. Who would sympathize with them? If you were a useful fighting force, others might help you. But if you were a burden, only a fool would care about your life and death. Motherf *Ker, I don't know how long I'll have to walk. It's been so long and I haven't even seen a fart. In the crowd, some martial artists complained. The so-called haven't seen anything was obviously because they had not seen the treasure and were dissatisfied. Many people felt the same way. However, they still had to hurry. This underground world seemed to be very big and was divided into different regions. This was because they found some strange buildings with different signs. Although they did not understand what was written on them, they looked like boundary markers. It seems that the underground world's Nightman clan is also divided into many clans. They all work together for a night demon, and this night demon bestows them with powerful soul force and soul secret techniques. As Ling Xiao walked, he used the Tai Chi eye to analyze the words. Those difficult-to-understand words were quickly translated. The night demon was a god of the Nightman clan. But rather than a god, it was better to say that they were experts who controlled the laws of the underground world, just like the 7 rulers of the mystic world. However, the night demon was much weaker than the 7 rulers. The area they controlled was very small and was limited to the Nightman clan's kingdom. They did not cross over. However, there were definitely strong and weak night demons, and they would inevitably fight and devour each other. Naturally, a more terrifying night demon king would be born, such as the king of sovereigns. Ling Xiao discovered that the cave they had just passed by belonged to the Night Wind clan, the weakest of the 4 great clans of the Nightman kingdom. If they continued forward, they would encounter the strongest clan of the Nightman kingdom, the Dark Fire clan. The Night Wind clan specialized in wind-type soul secret techniques. The Dark Fire clan specialized in fire-type soul secret techniques. As Ling Xiao walked, he told everyone what he had seen. If he wanted to go further, he would have to rely on these people to continue helping him. If it was only the 9 of them, someone would definitely have to be sacrificed. But now, he would try his best to transfer the death to those greedy cannon fodder. When they passed by a cluster of flowers, a beautiful flower actually moved slightly. Then, it suddenly bloomed, revealing a strange bloody mouth that bit at Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao did not look at the strange man-eating flower. This kind of plant was almost extinct on the surface, but it still existed in this underground world. It even had soul consciousness. It was completely different from the man-eating flowers that attacked their targets instinctively. He just waved his hand, and a strange flame flew out from his palm. The man-eating flower was instantly burned to ashes. When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. Then, they realized that those beautiful flowers would directly attack and gain the advantage by striking first. Under such circumstances, those flowers actually did something that left them dumbfounded. They actually pulled out their roots from the ground and ran away. That's right, they ran. It was as if they had grown legs. The soul power here is too strong. Even the plants are about to become spirits. Everyone better be careful. In another mile, we will reach the territory of the Dark Fire clan. Ling Xiao reminded, "Why must we go to the Dark Fire clan? Can't we go somewhere else?" Someone asked worriedly. After all, the Night Wind clan was already so terrifying. How terrifying would the number 1 Dark Fire clan of the Night Kingdom be? You can go somewhere else, but the soul shrine marked on the map is in the territory of the Dark Fire clan. And it is said that there are a lot of soul wills left behind by experts in the soul shrine. Once you obtain these wills, you can obtain the martial arts legacy of these experts. If you want to leave, it doesn't matter. Just go that way, and you can directly leave. Ling Xiao pointed in a direction and said. The direction he was pointing in was completely random, because the map did not mark the way out, only the direction of the soul shrine. Chapter 1761. Many people hesitated for a moment before deciding to continue following Ling Xiao. If they left without permission, who knew what dangers they would encounter? It was always safer to follow a large group. When Mo Dao heard Ling Xiao mention the name of the spiritual temple, his eyes clearly changed. He had obviously studied the underground ruins and knew about the existence of the spiritual temple. Moreover, it was very likely that he had entered the underground for the spiritual temple. Since no one is leaving, let's continue. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Dark Fire clan's territory will be more dangerous. Ling Xiao said indifferently before continuing forward. After walking for about 1 mile, everyone suddenly felt the air become scorching hot. Looking ahead, they saw a world that seemed to be scorched. Everything here was pitch black, different from the gray color from before. The air was filled with a burnt smell. The most terrifying thing was the pitch-black flames that were constantly spewing out from the ground. Everyone, it's best to fly in the air and not step on the ground because no one knows what will happen, Ling Xiao reminded, and then took the lead to soar into the air. A pair of pitch-black wings appeared behind him. However, his speed wasn't fast because he didn't know what dangers he would encounter. Dan Feng and the others followed closely behind him, also moving forward slowly. However, Mo Dao obviously couldn't stand this speed. Since he already knew that the spiritual temple was in the Dark Fire Clan's territory, he had to reach there first. This guy was indeed strong, and his flying speed was also extremely fast. Some warriors were influenced by him and also sped up. Shouldn't we hurry? Mou asked. No need. The spiritual temple needs this map to open. Do you think this map is an ordinary map? It's a treasure made of special materials. It's a key to open the spiritual temple. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, since they want to open the way for us, let them go. Just as all the warriors stepped into the Dark Fire Clan's territory, another group chased after them. Damn it, we were still a step too late and let them escape into the Dark Fire Clan's territory. The people chasing after them were the Night Wind Clan's night people. After these night people ran back, they brought back powerful reinforcements. Even their own patriarch came. Don't worry. The Dark Fire Clan's territory is even more dangerous than ours. A powerful flame monster that guards the Dark Fire Clan resides there. It was bestowed to their number 1 clan by Lord Night Demon. Among this group of people, there was a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged, beautiful woman. Although her skin was dark, her figure and face were of the highest quality. She was riding a ferocious white tiger, looking very ferocious. This person was the clan leader of the Night Wind Clan. Chief, are you talking about the Black Flame Duke? Someone beside him asked. That's right. The Black Flame Duke and his minions love to taste human blood. The female patriarch sneered. Yes, that's not all. The Dark Fire race has a deep enmity with the surface humans. An old man at the side stroked his beard and said, back then, the Dark Fire race invited a surface human to visit the underground world. Their goal was to ease the tension between the surface and underground races. However, that surface human stole the Dark Fire race's treasure and killed the saintess who was guarding the treasure. This is an unforgivable crime. That surface human should be the crown prince of the Tianhai Empire, right? I'm afraid he's already the emperor of the Tianhai Empire. All right, let's not talk about this. Leave a team here to keep an eye on those people. If they return, inform me immediately. The rest of you, follow me back. The female patriarch glanced at the backs of the surface martial artists, and 2 figures appeared in her mind. She once loved a surface martial artist, but unfortunately, that person couldn't accept her feelings because of another woman. She was very angry back then, but after so many years, she had seen many heartless men. Instead, she began to admire that man. What a single-minded man he was. Above the Dark Fire race's territory, some strange flames would fly up from time to time. They swayed as if floating with the wind. However, Ling Xiao's expression didn't look good when he saw these flames. We're being watched. Ling Xiao reminded. The soul power released by those flames has completely locked onto all of us. Are those also sentient beings? Someone asked. Probably. Ling Xiao wasn't very sure either. There were many things in the underground world of the night humans that were different from the surface. Even he couldn't explain it. Whoosh whoosh. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of strange flames erupting. Ling Xiao hurriedly turned his head to look. In the middle of the group, the ground suddenly cracked open and a ball of flame shot out. This flame was in the shape of a human, but it had no legs and floated in the air. It directly grabbed a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. The Yin-Yang realm martial artist was instantly burned to ashes, and Yin-Yang energy surged into the humanoid flame's body. Boom, 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 boom. Human-shaped flames emerged from the ground one by one and charged towards the martial artists who were advancing. Mo Dao and Wu Qin Wang, who were at the front, naturally became the targets of the attacks. However, the 2 of them were too powerful. Before the humanoid flames could attack, they were already crippled by the 2 of them. However, the other martial artists were caught in a bitter battle. Kill. These humanoid flames have extremely rare and pure fire elemental energy. Don't waste it after killing them. Absorb whatever you can. I'll protect you. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and could clearly see the yin-yang energy flowing within the humanoid flames. The yin-yang energy had become even purer after being refined by the flames. It could be absorbed directly. Perhaps this was the so-called coexistence of danger and opportunity. When Danfeng and the others heard Ling Xiao's words, they spread out and attacked the humanoid flames they chose. These humanoid flames weren't very powerful. The strongest was only around the 7th stage of the yin-yang realm. The weakest was only at the 1st stage of the yin-yang realm. Hence, everyone could choose the most suitable opponent for themselves. After each of them destroyed a humanoid flame, they returned to Ling Xiao's side and started absorbing the energy. Ling Xiao immediately took out the Hell Dragon Talisman. The terrifying Hell Dragon Talisman floated in the air, and all the humanoid flames that approached were sucked in. Then, they wailed in pain in the Hell Dragon flames. A large amount of pure energy was injected into Ling Xiao's body. He felt his cultivation begin to break through again. However, not all martial artists were as relaxed as Ling Xiao. Apart from martial artists above the 10th stage of the yin-yang realm, the rest of the martial artists weren't that lucky. After all, there were too many humanoid flames. They could kill one, but not a second. Many of them were killed by sneak attacks. Chapter 1762. Many martial artists were burned to ashes. Not even their corpses were left behind. The entire battlefield was as dangerous as purgatory. Many people regretted stepping into this territory. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. Don't come here to die if you're not at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Greedy people, now you're getting your retribution. In the crowd, a 10th level yin-yang realm martial artist laughed maniacally. He had no sympathy for the trash that were killed. How much stronger are you compared to them? You'd better shut your mouth and fight carefully. Although Ling Xiao did not want to waste his energy to save others, he still felt disgusted when he saw them kicking someone when they were down. Hence, he added another sentence. Brat, you're courting death. The 10th level yin-yang realm martial artist charged towards Ling Xiao. He was obviously attracted by the Hell Dragon Talisman that Ling Xiao released and wanted to snatch it. Boom. However, just as he was in midair, a huge human-shaped flame suddenly emerged from the ground. It was formed by black flames and was 50 to 60 meters tall. Its huge body instantly enveloped the 10th level yin-yang realm martial artist. There were more than a dozen martial artists that were implicated. The black flames burned instantly. The pitiful 10th level yin-yang realm martial artist did not even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Run! The appearance of this colossus caused a great deal of chaos among the martial artists. Ling Xiao's expression was also not very good. He turned around and glanced at his companions who were absorbing energy. He waved his hand and a ball of light covered them. Then, he increased his speed and fled towards the huge human-shaped flame. Fortunately, there were many martial artists who were weaker than him. Hence, the huge human-shaped flame did not target him. Instead, it continued to burn and devour the other martial artists. It even targeted Mo Dao and Wu Qin Wang who were at the front. Mo Dao was enraged when he saw the huge monster charging towards him. I didn't plan to deal with you, but you're courting death. In his rage, he swung the black saber in his hand. The huge cross-shaped saber energy aimed at the huge flame monster's body and slashed. Cross-shaped demonic saber slash. Poochie. Boom. A martial artist at the 12th level of the yin-yang realm was indeed powerful. A large amount of humanoid flames were torn apart by the energy from the cross-shaped saber energy. Then, the huge cross-shaped saber energy slashed onto the black humanoid flames. Although it did not directly kill him, it left two obvious wounds on his body, forming the shape of a cross. Divine Crocodile, Iron Water Cannon. Naturally, the martial prince would not resign himself to death. At the same time that the demonic blade attacked, his entire body transformed into a huge crocodile. Then, he opened his huge mouth and shot out a huge water cannon. Rumble. The water iron cannon directly hit the wound of the black humanoid flame, piercing through its body. However, the monster's vitality was so tenacious that it was still resisting. Seeing this, Ling Xiao directly took out the 18 Hell Talismans. A terrifying ghostly hand reached out from the 18 hell talismans and dragged the black humanoid flame back in. Putting aside the fact that the demonic blade and the martial prince are powerful, Ling Xiao's cultivation is clearly not powerful. He looks like he's only at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. How can he be so powerful? I think it must be the blood soul talisman's doing. This guy must have a powerful background. Otherwise, how could he obtain such a treasure? How could the martial artists not be shocked by Ling Xiao's performance? A 10th level of the yin-yang realm martial artist was burned to death by the black humanoid flame, but Ling Xiao was able to put the huge monster into the blood soul talisman. Ling Xiao's soul power was really powerful. Moreover, he was able to control 2 blood soul talismans at the same time. It was extremely shocking. In the distance, on a strange mountain range filled with lava, a young man around the age of 20 stood barefoot on the lava. He was wearing a fiery red shirt and his skin was dark and shiny. Next to him was a lion that was covered in flames. The young man looked into the distance. It was the place where Ling Xiao and the others were fighting. This group of people is really powerful. An old man behind the young man said solemnly, "Yeah, I didn't expect that even the Black Flame Duke would be killed by them. Those 3 people should be the strongest among them, right?" The young man said coldly, "Young lord, you should be right. I heard that a small leader of the Night Wind clan was also killed by that young man. They had close to 400 people when they came, but there are only about 100 of them left now. More than 10 of them are difficult to deal with. Of course, the most terrifying ones are those 3 people. Although that young man isn't strong according to the humans on the surface, his soul power is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that he's stronger than many of the martial artists in our Nightman clan." The old man replied, "Humph, the humans on the surface all deserve to die. Since they dare to step into our Dark Fire clan's territory, let the black flames burn them all into ashes." The young man snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with cold and cruel light. This young man was the young lord of the Dark Fire clan. Although he was only 20 years old, his overall strength was definitely in the top 5 of the Dark Fire clan. In addition, the Dark Fire clan was the most powerful clan in the Nightman Kingdom. Therefore, his strength was extremely terrifying. "Young lord, with our help, we'll definitely kill all the humans on the surface." The ones who spoke were 2 old men clad in flame patterns. One had black flame patterns, while the other had golden flame patterns. "Ha ha ha, not bad. You 2 aren't weaker than the 2 surface martial artists at the 12th level of the yin-yang realm. As for that young man, I'll take care of him directly." The young lord of the Dark Fire clan laughed loudly. He was obviously in a good mood. Although the Black Flame Duke was killed, he was only a watchdog of the Dark Fire clan. It was a pity that he died. However, as long as he used the bodies of the surface martial artists as a sacrifice, he could make a second Black Flame tool. 2 hours later, after a series of battles, the martial artists finally found a relatively safe place. There were no more human-shaped flames harassing them. Everyone sat on the ground and rested. Looking at the dark road in the distance, they were all gloomy. There are only 80 people left. Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd and shook his head. This was the terror of the mystery realm. Although there were all kinds of opportunities here that could allow a person to obtain extremely powerful things. However, it could also cause a person to die tragically. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as everyone was taking a breather, terrifying black fireballs suddenly fell from the sky. The fireballs landed on the ground, and the ground immediately burned. Some martial artists couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the fireballs. They could only scream in agony. Chapter 1763. Like birds startled by the twang of a bow, the martial artists frantically searched for the source of the attack. It came from a mountain, and a group of people were standing there. The huge fireball was fired by a catapult behind them. Standing at the front of the group was a young man riding on a flaming lion. His face was extremely domineering and cold. On either side of him stood an old man wearing a flaming black robe and a flaming golden robe. Both of them had powerful auras and sharp gazes. Just by standing there, he exuded a terrifying aura that struck fear into people's hearts. Expert. All the martial artists had the same feeling. Despicable and shameless surface humans, you will definitely pay a heavy price for your shamelessness. Today, none of you will leave this place alive. The young man suddenly spoke in the sacred dynasty language of the surface world. Although his tone was a bit strange, his words were clear, and everyone understood. This guy, how come we have no enmity with him? How can he be despicable and shameless? Tian Haijun frowned, puzzled. Someone must have been here before us. That's why he said that. Feng Ming Wuyang stroked his beard and said, "That's possible. Do you think that the soul temple we've been searching for has already been taken by that person?" Spirit Core Elder asked with an ugly expression. "That's impossible." Ling Xiao shook his head. He didn't say why it was impossible. To open the soul temple, one needed a key, and the only key was the secret realm map in his hands. With the map in his hands, how could someone else open the soul temple? Even if someone had come to the underground world, they should have done something else. The young master of the Dark Fire clan looked coldly at the surface humans. Finally, his eyes locked onto the girls beside Ling Xiao. Hee, those girls aren't bad. They can be captured alive. As for the rest, kill them. He laughed coldly, not taking Ling Xiao, Dan Feng, and the others seriously at all. Young master is wise. Although the surface humans are despicable and shameless, the women are beautiful. Their skin is white and tender, completely different from our night humans. The black-striped old man smiled. That's right. If we capture these girls, we might be able to give birth to a few beautiful descendants. They can be considered improved descendants of our Dark Fire clan. The old man with golden tattoos also smiled, as if he did not put the warriors on the surface in his eyes at all. Ling Xiao's face instantly turned gloomy when he heard the words of the young master and the two old men. Since he dared to offend his friends, he would not show any mercy. Kill. The young master of the Dark Fire clan waved his hand, and the fireballs that blotted out the sky once again smashed out. Not only that, but the old man with gold and black tattoos also attacked at the same time. The two of them made strange postures with their hands. After that, they revolved their soul power. A black flame and a golden flame appeared in the sky. These two balls of flames were incomparably huge. It had a diameter of more than 10 meters. When thrown out, it was like a huge sun, causing people to be endlessly terrified. Many martial artists on the surface were dodging these small fireballs and didn't have time to pay attention. They were actually touched by the huge fireballs, and their bodies instantly burned. They died amidst mournful screams. The two huge fireballs were simply like sharp weapons of death that harvested lives. Ordinary martial artists couldn't withstand it at all. Even Fan Laolian, Fengming Wuyang, and the others could only dodge. Damn it! What the hell is this? Wu Qinwang cursed inwardly. If these two huge fireballs were allowed to continue wreaking havoc, then the martial artists on their side would all die. In his rage, Wu Qinwang transformed into a giant crocodile once again. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge iron water cannon, attempting to blast the fireballs away. However, right at this time, the flame lion under the young master of the Dark Fire clan jumped up and actually blocked Wu Qinwang's attack directly. The flame lion's strength was actually not inferior to Wu Qinwang's. When Imo Dao saw this, his brows furrowed. Then, he actually turned around and quietly crept to the edge of the team, preparing to wait for an opportunity to escape. The reason why this guy had never been caught by the authorities was that he could always escape at the most dangerous moment. It wasn't that he was very powerful, but because he was too cunning. Those people who were in cahoots with him were actually all betrayed and killed by him. Damn it, Dan Feng, Lu Lian, protect our people well. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew that he had no choice but to take action. Although his cultivation was definitely not a match for the black-veined and golden-veined elders. However, the black and golden flames just so happened to contain the profound meaning of light and profound meaning of shadow. To him, not only was it harmless, but it was also a great supplement. He soared into the air, and a huge primordial skyfiend and primordial golden crow appeared behind him. The golden crow pounced on the golden fireball. The skyfiend pounced on the black fireball. At the same time, he threw out an alchemy formation stone. This was an alchemy formation stone that recorded the soul-seizing formation. The soul-seizing formation had dual effects. It could isolate external soul power and absorb internal soul power. When the alchemy formation stone flew out, it instantly revealed a ball of light, isolating the two fireballs from the outside world. Without the supply of soul power, the two fireballs were still powerful, but they couldn't be sustained. Moments later, they were completely torn apart and swallowed by the primordial skyfiend and primordial golden crow. This guy, the dark fire young lord, looked at Ling Xiao, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. The strength he displayed was not inferior to the two 12th level in Yang realm martial artists at all. Young lord, leave that brat to me. The black-veined elder was furious. Ling Xiao dared to disrupt his attack, which made him feel very embarrassed. Young lord, leave it to me. The golden-veined elder was also frustrated. He also wanted to kill Ling Xiao to defend his dignity. You two, your opponents are those two people. The dark fire young lord pointed at Prince Wu and Mo Dao, who was about to slip away. Mo Dao cursed inwardly. Although he wasn't afraid of the two elders, he really didn't want to waste his energy to fight. It was simply frustrating. Yes, young lord. Although the two elders were powerful, they didn't dare to disobey the dark fire young lord's orders. After all, in any place, besides strength, authority was also the key to measuring a person's strength. The black-veined elder charged at Mo Dao. The golden-veined elder charged at Prince Wu. The other martial artists fought with the Dark Fire clan's martial artists based on their own abilities. They knew very well that if they were afraid now, they would definitely die. The only thing in front of them was to kill, kill, kill. In terms of strength and battle experience, they weren't inferior to the Dark Fire clan's martial artists. Previously, they had been ambushed, which was why they were in such a sorry state. Now that they were fighting face-to-face, they were naturally fearless. Danfeng, Lulian, and the other 7 maintained their battle formation. In this way, the 8 of them had an easier time on the battlefield. Chapter 1764. Danfeng, Lulian, and the rest of the 8 joined hands and coordinated with the battle formation that Ling Xiao gave them. It posed a great threat to the Dark Fire clan's martial artists. But that flaming lion soon discovered the situation here and was released by the Dark Fire clan's young lord to prepare to break their battle formation. Ling Xiao did not do anything for the time being. He just took an indifferent look at the battle situation. Although Danfeng and the rest were fighting harder, they should not be defeated for a while. After all, Danfeng and Lulian's strength was not ordinary. Together with the rest of the people and the battle formation's power, holding on for a period of time should not be an issue. This kind of battle was unavoidable. Ling Xiao had to let these people experience the terror of real combat. Only between life and death could one's potential be truly stimulated. Do you still have time to care about others? Next, you'll die in this young lord's hands. You should feel excited and proud because this young lord usually doesn't make a move. The Dark Fire clan's young lord appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Although he always felt that Ling Xiao's strength was too weak and that he could destroy those 2 balls of flames, just now was also because of some treasure's power and not Ling Xiao's own strength. Such a person was really not worthy of him taking action. As the saying went, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? In other words, Ling Xiao was simply a toy to kill time in his eyes. Ling Xiao glanced at the other party indifferently and did not speak. This was already not the first time he was looked down upon like this. He already could not be bothered to say anything. The Taiji eye rotated. The sword spirit eye released a sword of slaughter. This was a sword body condensed from soul force. A sword body molded by the slaughter sword intent. The moment he held the slaughter sword in his hand, Ling Xiao's entire aura seemed to have changed. Horrifying killing intent erupted from his body, filling the entire battlefield. The Dark Fire clan's young lord sneered disdainfully. With a thought, he lightly waved his hand. A blazing arrow tore through the air and shot toward Ling Xiao's throat. The distance was so close. This blazing arrow was released very covertly. If it were an ordinary person, their throat would probably have been directly pierced. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. The terrifying raging flame arrow brushed past his hair and shot backward. When it landed, it actually exploded, creating a 2 to 3 meter deep crater. There were also black flames burning in the pit. Ling Xiao, who possessed the Tai Chi Eye, was able to detect the slightest movements of his opponent. This allowed him to make predictions in advance and then dodge the attack. However, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the Nightman race's method of attack. It was truly terrifying. Interesting. You actually managed to dodge this young master's attack. You're barely enough to let this young master move his limbs. The young master of the Dark Fire clan was surprised, but he didn't care. After all, this move of his was only a probing attack. If his opponent could not dodge it, then he would be too useless. Really? Just for you to do something? Ling Xiao sneered, and the three-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly flashed with a strange demonic light. A pitch-black beam of light tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. The young master of the Dark Fire clan looked down on Ling Xiao from the very beginning. He was extremely disdainful and contemptuous of Ling Xiao. This was why he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be proficient in such a strange eye technique. The beam of light was too fast, and he had no time to dodge it. He could only activate his soul power and set up a thick flame barrier in front of him in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's attack. A terrifying roar sounded. The flame barrier that the young master of the Dark Fire clan had hurriedly set up was directly broken by the black beam of light and then shattered into pieces. Although the beam of light had weakened a lot because of this, it still directly penetrated the young master of the Dark Fire clan. The young master of the Dark Fire clan was sent flying dozens of meters away before coming to a stop. Just as I expected, your Nightman race's soul power is strong, but your body is also quite weak. If it were a martial artist with the same strength as you, this attack wouldn't be able to penetrate his body. Ling Xiao could not help but say indifferently when he saw the young master of the Dark Fire clan stand up in a sorry state. Good boy. This young master has underestimated you. However, with your strength, you're only worthy of a little bit of attention from this young master. Although the young master of the Dark Fire clan was in a sorry state, and his expression was extremely ugly, this guy was unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, this dead duck was very stubborn. Take this, stupid surface human. I'll let you have a taste of our Dark Fire clan's most powerful soul power. At this moment, the young master of the Dark Fire clan had no choice but to take Ling Xiao seriously. He used the soul power that made him famous. Raging Flamestorm. At that moment, his soul power was released like a gale, forming a terrifying vortex around his body. Then, this vortex burned with black flames and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Heaven Burning Eye, Hell Dragon Fire. Fighting fire with fire, Ling Xiao was not afraid of anyone. The terrifying fire dragon collided with the raging flame storm and actually tore it into pieces in an instant. Damn surface human, you're courting death. Seeing his raging flame storm being torn into pieces, the young master of the Dark Fire clan was clearly furious. An even more terrifying soul power was released, and an even thicker raging flame storm rolled up. Some of the surrounding martial artists who were unable to dodge in time were swept in and turned into ashes in an instant. Ling Xiao stood there, his expression unchanged. His opponent released an even stronger soul power, and he also increased the amount of soul power released. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky. The Hell Dragon Fire turned into an ancient Hell Dragon, and its huge claws tore through the raging flame storm. In the blink of an eye, that even more terrifying raging flame storm was torn apart by the ancient Hell Dragon. How is this possible? You're just a surface human. How can you have such powerful soul power? Are you a Soul Clan martial artist? The young master of the Dark Fire clan was really panicking now. Originally, he was disdainful of Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao's soul power was inferior to his. Therefore, using soul power to fight him was purely courting death. However, after this battle, he suddenly realized that his opponent was much more powerful than he had imagined. In terms of combat power, his ability was equivalent to a surface human at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The young man in front of him did not have such a powerful cultivation. How could he be his opponent? However, what he did not know was that Ling Xiao's soul power had always been stronger than his inner strength. The power of soul attacks was also stronger than inner strength. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he could challenge surface martial artists at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he used his soul power, he could challenge a 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist. The young master of the Dark Fire clan had really met his match today. I'm not from the Soul clan, nor am I from the Night clan. Actually, from the beginning, you were destined to fail because you underestimated me. Chapter 1765. The battle between Ling Xiao and the young master of the Dark Fire clan was too strange and grand. As a result, many cultivators on the battlefield stopped fighting and looked at them in astonishment, especially Mo Dao and Wu Qinwang. Their expressions were very strange. Mo Dao became even more jealous and ruthless. Wu Qinwang frowned as he pondered. He seemed to be considering if it was possible to subdue a terrifying genius like Ling Xiao. If he couldn't subdue him, then he might as well kill him to prevent him from becoming a problem in the future. Of course, Feng Ming, Wu Yang, Elder Spirit Pill, Fan Laoyan, and Tian Haijun were even more shocked. Their cultivation levels were far higher than Ling Xiao's, but they did not dare to fight the young master of the Dark Fire clan. However, not only could Ling Xiao fight the young master of the Dark Fire clan, but he could also suppress him. What kind of genius was this? Could it be that the rumors were true? That the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire would become the second human king? He can't be a human immortal genius, right? I think he's more like a true immortal genius. If news of a genius of this level were to spread, it would probably cause a commotion in the entire mystic world. You guys think too highly of him. In my opinion, he's at most a first reincarnation realm genius, Elder Spirit Pill said disdainfully. Spirit Pill Old Man said with disdain. Although he could see how powerful Ling Xiao was, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a true immortal realm genius. Think too highly of him? I think you're underestimating him. Don't forget that he's only at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he can easily suppress a 12th level Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Generally speaking, those who could stand out among cultivators of the same cultivation level and be said to be invincible were peerless geniuses. They were different from ordinary geniuses. Those who could kill peerless geniuses who were one level above them would be known as rebirth realm peerless geniuses because such geniuses had a high chance of breaking through to the rebirth realm. Those who could kill peerless geniuses who were 2 levels above them would be known as human immortal geniuses. Those who were able to surpass 3 levels and kill top geniuses would be hailed as true immortal level geniuses. The logic was the same. This man directly jumped over the 9th, 10th, and 11th levels and firmly suppressed the young master of the Dark Fire clan. Tell me, is he not a peerless genius of the true immortal level? Yes, this. But in the entire White Tiger mainland, there isn't even a single peerless genius who has the qualifications to be called a true immortal. There were only 4 or 5 people who could be called geniuses at the human immortal level. This is really subverting the thinking of us old fellows. Perhaps because it was too shocking, many battles stopped for a while. This also gave the cultivators a chance to comment. Bullshit, true immortal level absolute genius. Even this young master doesn't have that qualification. You think you're worthy? The young master of the Dark Fire clan grew even angrier when he heard the crowd's discussion. His terrifying soul power continued to leak out, and even the flaming lion was summoned back. Fuse. The flaming lion turned into a suit of eye-catching armor, which was worn by the young master of the Dark Fire clan. Facing Ling Xiao, the Dark Fire clan's young master raised both of his hands and madly released his soul power. In the sky, a huge black fireball appeared. This fireball had a diameter of a few hundred meters and almost enveloped the entire battlefield. The terrifying flames released a high temperature that caused the nearby cultivators to dodge. This kind of attack did not differentiate between friend and foe. Whoever was touched by this huge fireball would lose their life. Black Fire Emperor. Crack, 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 crack. Before the Black Fire Emperor was released, the ground was already covered by the black flames. This terrifying soul power instantly killed more than 10 pitiful cultivators. This included the surface cultivators, as well as the Dark Fire clan. What a powerful attack! Ling Xiao frowned slightly. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he did not dare to slack off. Golden Crow Incarnation. Ling Xiao summoned the immemorial Golden Crow, which turned into a huge golden crow that was shining with golden light. Then, the terrifying heat continued to condense. On top of the golden crow's head, a divine light sword was suspended. To everyone's surprise, the divine radiant sword was absorbing energy from the Black Flame Emperor and growing bigger and bigger. Kill. The huge divine light sword merged with the Golden Crow Incarnation and attacked together. The Black Fire Emperor had just been released and was directly penetrated. Then, its energy became extremely unstable. The originally round Black Fire Emperor began to distort and deform. After a while, it burst like a balloon. Other than the crazy shock wave that created a deep pit in the ground, it did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. You made 3 mistakes when dealing with me. First, you shouldn't have used soul power. Second, you shouldn't have used fire. Third, you shouldn't have attacked. Pucci. The terrifying divine light sword directly pierced the chest of the Dark Fire young master, and an even more terrifying wound formed on his body. Blood flowed as the Dark Fire young master was thrown out like a kite with a broken string. Young master. The black-striped old man and the golden-striped old man were shocked when they saw this scene. They knew very well how strong their young master was. Although he was still very young, he was the only human immortal realm genius in their Dark Fire clan. Even the two of them couldn't defeat the 20-year-old young master. They did not expect that he would be defeated by a young man who looked less than 20 years old. This was simply a nightmare. The two of them directly abandoned their opponents and turned to save the Dark Fire young master. Wu Qinhuang and Demonic Blade were not willing to fight with all their strength. If they were not stopped by the black-striped old man and the golden-striped old man, they would definitely find a way to leave. Especially that Demonic Blade. He was simply cunning. At this time, seeing the two old men pouncing on Ling Xiao, not only did they not help, but they also stood by and watched. The reason was simple. Demonic Blade thought that Ling Xiao deserved to die. He was disrespectful to him, and his talent was too strong. It was definitely not beneficial to him to keep him alive. Wu Qinhuang thought that Ling Xiao's talent was too good. He was definitely not the kind of person who could be subdued. Therefore, he must die. The black-striped and golden-striped old men thought that they could save their young master by attacking Ling Xiao directly. However, Ling Xiao once again displayed a speed that they could not catch up to. In just an instant, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of the Dark Fire young master. I said that those who blaspheme my friends must die. You really shouldn't have attacked, and you shouldn't have blasphemed my friends. No one can save you today. Is this guy still human? He has a soul power more terrifying than the Nightman clan, and he has a terrifying speed that many martial artists on the surface can't catch up to. Tian Haijun was dumbfounded as he muttered to himself. After all, Ling Xiao had helped him before, so he still had a good impression of Ling Xiao. Flame Cage. Chapter 1766. Kill. Seeing that Ling Xiao was trapped, the Dark Fire clan's martial artists all charged over. They threw their weapons at the flaming cage in an attempt to surround and kill Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, a terrifying explosion was heard. The flaming cage was instantly shattered, and the terrifying weapons bounced back. Dozens of Dark Fire clan's martial artists were killed instantly. Objectively speaking, Ling Xiao's attack this time had directly saved a large number of surface cultivators, allowing them to escape from danger. More people came to watch the show. It was not that they did not want to help, but they felt that they could not do anything. This guy is too strong. Is he really a martial artist at the 6th or 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm? As Ling Xiao had concealed his cultivation level, only a few martial artists, such as Mo Dao and Wu Qinhuang, could see his true cultivation level. The others thought that he was a 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Destroy. Ling Xiao's huge golden crow claws grabbed at the Dark Fire clan's young lord. The black-striped and golden-striped elders tried to help, but they were too far away. The terrifying claws tore the Dark Fire Clan's young lord's body apart. The moment he killed the Dark Fire Clan's young lord, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Run! He did not have time to explain. He flapped his huge wings, and a gust of wind swept his 8 companions up. Then, he flew far away. His soul power was extremely strong, but he could still feel that this expert who suddenly appeared was a fatal threat to him. He was probably an absolute expert from the Yeren Kingdom. Ling Xiao knew that there was always someone better than him. He was not stupid enough to wait for death here. When the others saw him run, they all followed. Ling Xiao's every judgment was correct. This was the key reason why they trusted Ling Xiao so much. Once they started to run, they would realize the difference in strength. Those who were slow were naturally unlucky. The black-striped and golden-striped elders were hysterical when they saw the Dark Fire Clan's young lord being killed. They vented their anger on those who were slow. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen martial artists were killed. At this time, of the 400 over martial artists who had entered the underground world, only 30 over were left. This was simply miserable. But at this moment, Ling Xiao didn't care so much, because he knew that the spiritual temple was already nearby, and the map of the secret territory was sending a strange energy that was guiding him forward. Damn, how is that brat so fast? We can't even catch up to him with 8 people? Demonic Saber was furious. His cultivation was clearly higher than Ling Xiao's, but his speed was actually inferior. This was simply embarrassing. Those who kill my son shall die. Suddenly, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Meteorites covered in black flames fell to the ground, smashing another 10 martial artists to death on the spot. There were only about 20 people left, and the one who attacked was the peerless expert who had just arrived. He was probably the Dark Fire Clan's patriarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have addressed the young master of the Dark Fire Clan as his son. Ling Xiao glanced back. This person was wearing a red robe, and his skin was actually dark gold. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were like burning flames, looking extremely strange. But his aura was really strong, so strong that it made people tremble. Ling Xiao didn't want to stay with this guy at all, let alone fight. Although he was very strong, he wasn't so stupid that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the face of such an expert, the only thing he could do was to escape. Patriarch. The black-striped elder and the golden-striped elder knelt beside the red-robed elder, trembling with fear. Their patriarch only had a son, and he only had one son. Yet, he was killed. In his fury, he might even kill the 2 of them. What are you 2 doing? Why did my son die? The red-robed patriarch directly grabbed the black-striped elder and the golden-striped elder by the neck with both hands and questioned with wide eyes. At this time, the Dark Fire Clan army he brought was killing the fleeing enemies. There's a surface human whose soul power is actually stronger than our Nightman clans. He's known as a true immortal genius, and we didn't have time to rescue him. The black-striped elder hurriedly explained. Trash, chase after him. If you don't bring back that kid's head, I'll take your lives. Then, the red-robed elder glanced at his son's corpse and roared into the sky. Then, he flew into the sky and chased after Ling Xiao and the others. The red-robed elder's speed was too shocking. His feet were stepping on flames, and the flames were surging. His speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. In just a moment, he had already caught up with the remaining 20 martial artists. All of you, die for this old man. The red-robed elder had a thought, and the terrifying flames turned into 2 fire dragons that shot out. In an instant, 3 10th level in Yang Realm martial artists died tragically. Ling Xiao heard the screams behind him, but he didn't turn back. The Soul Shrine was not far away. He believed that as long as he reached there, he could avoid the elder's pursuit. Anyway, he ran faster. So although the elder was also very fast, he was still 1,000 meters away from him. Wall of Purgatory. The red-robed elder seemed to have seen the Soul Shrine and guessed what Ling Xiao and the others were thinking. Then, he activated his soul power, and a terrifying aura instantly attacked. A huge flaming barrier trapped everyone. The Wall of Purgatory was formed by powerful soul power, and it was extremely tough. Seeing the barrier in front of him, Ling Xiao's face darkened. At this moment, He didn't have time to think. A pitch-black universe suddenly appeared behind him, and the terrifying tyrannical martial soul released the power of the universe. His golden crow avatar instantly became much bigger and more powerful. He had no choice. Facing such a barrier set up by such an expert, he couldn't think of any other way to break it other than using the tyrannical martial soul. Chirp! The immemorial golden crow let out a loud chirp, penetrated the weakest part of the barrier, and continued to rush forward. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Tai Chi Eye and the tyrannical martial soul, he would have died here today. Perhaps in order to save his life, other than the red-robed elder, the others didn't realize that Ling Xiao had used a terrifying power. Demon Saber. Extremity. Demon Saber turned pale with fright at this moment. He saw Ling Xiao rush out of a small hole, but this small hole was rapidly closing. He had used his most terrifying trump card. His body and the saber in his hand almost condensed into a point and broke through the air at a terrifying speed. Before the small hole closed, they disappeared. The martial prince's speed wasn't slower than Demon Saber's. His figure flashed, and he used the small hole opened by Ling Xiao to escape. These two were the strongest among the warriors, so it was easy for them to escape. Among the remaining warriors, only Fengming Wu Yang transformed into an ice phoenix, and her speed sublimated to the extreme in an instant. Moreover, the small hole that was about to close was frozen for a moment. It was this moment of opportunity that allowed him to escape. Chapter 1767. After Fengming and Wu Yang escaped, the rest of them no longer had a chance. The small hole closed completely, trapping the remaining warriors. Everything happened so quickly that the red-robed elder didn't expect it at all. Everything was because of that strange golden crow. If it weren't for that guy, the purgatory wall wouldn't have been damaged, and the people behind them wouldn't have been able to escape. He was the patriarch of the Dark Fire clan, the #1 expert under the Night Demon. Yet, he still let 12 people escape even after using such a powerful purgatory wall. This was a great humiliation. Die! The red-robed elder roared in rage. The purgatory wall exploded, and the remaining 8 warriors were all killed. Among them were Tian Haijun, Spirit Pill Elder, Fan Laolian, and Wu Qinhuang's 4 sedan bearers. So far, only Ling Zhao's group of 9, plus Demonic Blade, Wu Qinhuang, and Fengming and Wu Yang survived for the time being. One had to know that there were more than 400 of them when they came. The Soul Temple was close at hand, but the danger was getting worse. In addition to the red-robed elder, the black-striped and golden-striped elders also launched long-range attacks with the other warriors of the Dark Fire clan. This kind of attack made it impossible for them to fly in peace. They had to keep dodging. In this way, they wasted a lot of time to reach the Soul Temple. Kid, hurry up and open the Soul Temple. Otherwise, when that old guy is free, we'll all die. Demonic Blade roared. In fact, Ling Xiao also planned to do so without him saying it. He didn't want to help Demonic Blade. However, opening the Soul Temple now was also helping him. Finally, after passing through many obstacles, Ling Xiao arrived in front of the Soul Temple. The secret realm map in his hand shone even brighter. There's a formation. Damn it. Ling Xiao frowned. He changed back to his original form and began to focus on breaking the formation. Dan Feng and the others stood in front of him. If they really had to die, they would die for Ling Xiao at all costs. Dark Fire Clan, get out of the way. The red-robed elder saw that Ling Xiao had the secret realm map and was clearly anxious. He didn't have time to chase, so he roared. Then, he raised both of his hands, and an even more terrifying Black Flame Emperor rose up. This Black Flame Emperor was bigger than the one the young master of the Dark Fire clan had, and its power was also more terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that it was impossible for him to block it. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes were still fixed on the spiritual temple's array. If he wanted to be saved, the only thing he could do was to break this array. As for Demonic Blade, Wu Qinhuang, and Phoenix Crydance, they all stopped. At this critical moment, even if they were unwilling, they had to protect Ling Xiao. Otherwise, everyone would die. Die for this old man. The huge Black Flame Emperor was thrown out like a black sun. Except for Ling Xiao, The other 11 people all used their own strength and blasted out. The Black Fire Flame Emperor was temporarily stopped in mid-air, but he continued to fall. It was just that his speed had slowed down. The Black Flame Emperor continued to fall. Demonic Blade roared, "Kid with the surname Ling, if you can't open the spiritual temple, I'll kill all of your friends, not leaving a single one alive." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. At this moment, he didn't have time to bicker with Demonic Blade. For him, time was life. Wasting time on meaningless bickering was the most unwise thing to do. Die. The soul power released by the red-robed old man was even more terrifying, and the Black Flame Emperor's falling speed suddenly increased. Demonic Blade's face turned cold as he turned to look at Wu Qinhuang. If the Black Flame Emperor fell, it would be better to pull a shield than die together. Among everyone, only Wu Qinhuang was the most suitable for this shield. After all, Wu Qinhuang was stronger. He would also block more of the impact for him. Thinking of this, Demonic Blade quietly withdrew a part of his power and reached out to Wu Qinhuang. However, at that moment, a huge crocodile claw appeared behind him. It turned out that Demonic Blade was thinking the same thing as Wu Qinhuang, and that cunning Wu Qinhuang was even faster than him. "Wu Qinhuang, how dare you?" Demonic Blade sensed the danger and shouted in horror. He had always been known for his cunning, but he never thought that Wu Qinhuang was a member of the royal family. If he didn't have a brain, how could he survive in the royal family? In terms of deceit and conspiracy, Wu Qinhuang was obviously better than him. What a joke. Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? If you can block an attack for this king, you will die a worthy death. The huge crocodile claw directly hit Demonic Blade's back from behind. Demonic Blade's body rushed forward and directly pounced into the terrifying Black Flame Emperor. Perhaps it was due to his desire to survive. Demonic Blade erupted with his most terrifying potential at this moment. The Black Blade danced and actually weakened the Black Flame Emperor by a lot. But even so, his opponent was still too strong. In the end, he was still burned to death while screaming miserably. Ling Xiao still didn't look back. To him, this was meaningless. Or rather, Demonic Blade had threatened him several times and tried to kill him. In fact, he already had the intention to kill him. Today, Demonic Blade was killed by Wu Qinhuang, and he was happy to see it. However, he must be wary of Wu Qinhuang. This person was so cunning and sinister that he definitely couldn't cooperate with him. The Black Flame Emperor was weakened by Demonic Blade's attack before his death. Under the attacks of the 10 people, except for Ling Xiao, it finally collapsed. Seeing this scene, the red-robed old man was so angry that he stomped his feet. Today, all of you will die here. Don't even think about escaping. Meteor fall. The red-robed old man crazily poured out the soul power in his spiritual sea as if it was free. The originally dark sky was burning with the light of flames. More than a dozen huge meteors fell from the sky and blasted towards Ling Xiao and the others. Wu Qinhuang looked at Feng Ming, Wu Yang, Dan Feng, and the others. This guy wants to find warriors to be his shield again. Hold on a little longer. The array will break soon. Although only 2 or 3 minutes had passed, Ling Xiao had already figured out the mystery of the spiritual palace's array. This gave the red-robed old man a shock. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao's array attainments to be so high. Pooh. In order to speed up the meteor's fall, the red-robed old man didn't hesitate to injure himself and spit out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying meteors instantly sped up and rushed downwards. Seeing this, Wu Qinhuang suddenly raised his hand. A mass of water turned into tentacles and grabbed Mo Yu, Zhu Xiaozong, and Feng Minglian, trying to throw them towards the 3 meteors. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. A cold voice came from behind Wu Qinhuang. He obviously ignored Ling Xiao's feelings for his friends. He thought that at this critical moment, Ling Xiao would disregard the safety of his friends for his own life. Chapter 1768. Don't act recklessly. I'll let them go. Although Wu Qinhuang was more powerful than Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's sword was at his vital point. No matter how powerful he was, he had to die. Let them go immediately and block the meteorite. I need 1 more minute. Ling Xiao said coldly. Wu Qinhuang was depressed. but he had to do as he was told. He grabbed the direction of the three people. Then, he endured the pain and took out his Dharma treasure. Then, he attacked the meteorite in the sky. Go. The moment he attacked, Ling Xiao suddenly entered the spirit temple with the other 8 people. Damn it, you actually dared to trick me. Wu Qinhuang was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. What did he mean by there was still a minute before he could crack the array? This kid had already cracked the array. He was just tricking him. However, the magic weapon he released had already collided with the meteorite. For a moment, he was really reluctant to let it go. While he was hesitating, Fengming and Wu Yang had already entered the spirit temple. Wu Qinhuang saw the situation and knew that it would be too late if he didn't leave now. In a hurry, he abandoned the extremely precious magic weapon he had released and rushed into the spirit temple. Brat surnamed Ling, just you wait. When you return to the surface, this king will kill all of you. With that, he disappeared as well. The Dark Fire Clan's warriors wanted to chase after him, but they were stopped by the red-robed old man. The spirit temple is Lord Night Demon's residence. If they enter, only death awaits them. No matter who trespasses, they won't survive. Although he really wanted to chase after Ling Xiao and kill him with his own hands, because Ling Xiao had killed his son. However, as the patriarch of the Dark Fire Clan, he remained calm. Although he could vent his anger, the Dark Fire Clan would be destroyed. You too go in. No matter what, you have to bring back that young man's head. The red-robed old man didn't want his clansmen to die, but he had no sympathy for the two who failed to protect his son. Goldmark and Blackmark Elder looked at each other and felt somewhat unhappy. Your son was killed. Why are you venting your anger on us? We weren't the ones who killed him. But even though they thought so in their hearts, they did not dare to say it out loud. They were deeply afraid of the Dark Fire Clan's patriarch. They knew better than anyone else what the consequences of offending him would be. This subordinate obeys. In the end, the two of them didn't dare to disobey the order and nodded. Don't forget that you have this old man's spiritual sense on you. If you don't work hard, I'll make sure you die miserably. Also, your families are here as well. If you don't want them all to die, don't even think about betraying the Dark Fire Clan. Your subordinate doesn't dare. The two of them hurriedly expressed their stance. The patriarch of the Dark Fire Clan was too ruthless. He used their families to threaten them. This made them not dare to act recklessly. Then let's go. The Dark Fire Patriarch nodded in satisfaction. Even though the old man with gold runes and the old man with black runes felt helpless, they could only step into the spirit temple obediently. A dangerous and terrifying aura came from inside. Both of them couldn't help but shudder. Seems like this is the place we're looking for. Somewhere in the spirit temple, balls of strange ghost fire floated in the air. These ghost fire were bigger than ordinary ghost fire, and one could clearly feel the powerful soul aura coming from within. Good heavens! These are the soul flames of experts who had mysteriously disappeared. What did they encounter to become like this? Dan Feng looked at the ghost fire and couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Don't be afraid. Quickly choose a suitable soul flame to inherit. The weakest soul flame here was at the half-step rebirth realm when they were alive. Understand the essence of their martial arts and inherit their martial arts experience. It should be of great help to your strength. Ling Xiao could feel the strange energy flowing in these soul flames. This was probably the true treasure shown on the map of the secret realm. We'll cultivate, but what about you, Big Brother Ling? If the Martial King comes, he won't let us go. And those Dark Fire Clan warriors, they should also come in, right? Long Chen asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. The Martial King will definitely come in. But I purposely did something to the array just now, so he, Fengming, Wu Yang, and the Dark Fire Clan will be teleported to another place. At least, they won't be able to come in a short time. What you need to do now is to cultivate. Of course, me too. Ling Xiao smiled and began to look for a suitable soul flame to inherit. Seeing him like this, the others didn't dare to be negligent. This trip to the underground world showed them how weak they were. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would have died long ago. Therefore, the best way to repay Ling Xiao was to raise their cultivation with all their strength. Soon, Danfeng and the others found soul flames suitable for them, especially Long Chun, who found a soul flame left behind by an immemorial Dragon Clan expert. This made him feel extremely lucky. Only Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with these soul flames. He was more experienced and wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he continued to search. Anyway, this place was very big. Maybe he could find something special. For example, something that the lords of hell feared. On the other side, Wu Qin, Feng Ming, and Wu Yang, who had been tricked by Ling Xiao, appeared in the same area. The two of them didn't intend to fight. After all, there was no enmity between them. Instead, they were facing the same predicament. They had been tricked by Ling Xiao. What made them even more depressed was that after a while, the black-striped elder and the golden-striped elder were also teleported here. The two sides had been fighting before. Now that they met, there was no need to say anything. They immediately started fighting. On the other side, Ling Xiao was searching nearby when suddenly, a strange cry came from not far away. Roar! Roar, roar! When the roar sounded, the entire Temple of Souls seemed to shake violently. A terrifying, evil, demonic aura came from afar. The soul flames near Ling Xiao were frightened by this demonic aura and started to flee. Driven by curiosity and the thought of protecting his friends, Ling Xiao threw out a refining formation stone and blocked the place where his friends were cultivating. He then sped up and rushed in the direction of the roar. When he got closer, he saw a bull standing there. That's right, it was a bull, and it was standing. It held a huge axe in its hand and had a pair of black wings on its back. It was about 14 or 15 meters tall. It was quite tall and mighty. This guy was very strong. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could feel the restlessness of the Lords of Hell. However, with the Lords of Hell's strength, this black flying bull wasn't a threat to it. Could there be something even stronger? Chapter 1769. Ling Xiao was a little worried, but also a little excited. He didn't plan on leaving the spiritual temple empty-handed. Since he was already here, he had to at least get some good stuff. The flying black ox roared furiously as it charged at Ling Xiao. A strange black gas was mixed in the wind, and it was like a storm. The black gas was demonic energy formed from the fusion of soul power and internal energy. It was not only filled with terrifying destructive power, but it could also affect a person's soul. Demonic ox fiendish qi? Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully observed the monster that was charging at him. He concluded that it wasn't a creature from the mystic world. Like the Lord of Hell from the Hell Pagoda, it should have come from a spatial crack. However, it was much weaker than the Lord of Hell. It was only at the 10th stage of the yin-yang realm. However, this terrifying fiendish qi was much purer than the Lord of Hells. Ha ha ha, human. Surface human. Your aura intoxicates me, and your body makes me drool. The flying black ox actually spoke human language and laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to dare trespass into my territory. Then, you'll become a delicacy in my stomach. Ling Xiao frowned. Facing the flying black ox's overwhelming black fiendish qi, Ling Xiao directly pulled out the divine radiance sword. The profound meaning of light had a suppressive effect on things of the darkness attribute. It was the most suitable to use at this time. He grabbed the divine radiance sword with both hands. The image of the immemorial golden crow appeared behind him. Golden light constantly accumulated and merged into the divine radiance sword. Kill! Ling Xiao stabbed out with the divine radiance sword. The sword light instantly spread out, filling the entire space with golden light. It was filled with high temperature. In that instant, the air was filled with high-temperature sword qi, shattering the black fiendish qi. Destroy! With the divine radiance sword in my hand and the immemorial golden crow's battle intent, I can control the profound meaning of light. Destroying a little demon like you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Ling Xiao's voice was like a thunderclap. Moreover, every word that came out of his mouth created a powerful vibration. Along with the eruption of the golden crow's battle intent, it constantly attacked the flying black ox. Divine radiant sword. Extreme yang change. Just as the flying black yak was stunned by the terrifying power, Ling Xiao suddenly swung the divine radiant sword, and the immemorial golden crow behind him burned fiercely, shooting out endless rays of golden light. After that, the terrifying power was completely integrated into the sword chi as it ferociously attacked the flying black ox. The flying black yak was enveloped by the terrifying sword chi, and its body was shattering inch by inch. It was already too late for it to escape. Just as its body was about to fall apart, the flying black yak let out a painful roar. Impossible! How can you possess such a terrifying light profound? The power of profound is definitely not something that a martial artist from the White Tiger continent can possess. Who are you? What are you? Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him. He took out the dragon talisman and sucked the dying black flying bull into it, burning it with the black hell dragon fire. Ling Xiao had mastered the Light Upanishad and the Shadow Upanishad. He could almost walk between darkness and light. Whether it was immortals or demons, he had a way to perfectly counter them. His tyrannical martial soul was the nemesis of almost all martial souls. It could purify all kinds of strange energy. This included demonic chi, murderous chi, immortal chi, and so on. Because of this, Ling Xiao's blood soul talisman had a wider range of uses than many martial artists' blood soul talismans in the immortal court continent. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand the demonic chi that surged towards them when facing such a demon. It would be good if they could unleash 70 to 80% of their strength. Most martial artists would be scared silly and would not even be able to unleash 50% of their strength. However, Ling Xiao did not have such concerns. Therefore, he did not hesitate and continued forward. This flying black ox was just a piece of cake. A monster at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm was nothing to him now. There should be something even more powerful in this place. It should be something that could make even the lords of hell tremble. As he walked forward, more and more strange creatures appeared. They were all filled with terrifying demonic chi. Ling Xiao even suspected that there might be a spatial crack in the Temple of Souls that allowed these demonic creatures to be transported in from another plane. In front of him was a pitch-black mountain that was more than 10 meters tall. Black smoke was spewing out of the mountain. Ling Xiao frowned. Then, he took out the divine sword of light and slashed down. Rumble. The mountain that was more than 10 meters tall was split open by the slash. A lair appeared in the mountain. There was a huge coffin in the lair. It was as black as ink and looked like it was made of special wood. Inside the coffin, a terrifying aura was constantly released, causing people to feel uneasy. Crack. Inside the coffin, a creature opened its eyes. It had been sleeping here for thousands of years so that it could absorb the demonic chi that was released here to nourish its body. It could demonize its entire body and cultivate unparalleled demonic arts. However, it did not expect that the mountain it was hiding in would be split open by someone during this crucial year. Who did it? Who had such strength? The creature opened its eyes and broke out of the coffin in an attempt to kill this person. However, the moment he broke out of the coffin, a huge golden hand grabbed his neck tightly, making him unable to move. No wonder. It's a blood demon. Ling Xiao recognized this creature. It was a demonic creature born from the tainted blood of the ancient battlefield. This was a truly terrifying existence that fed on the blood of all living beings. If it was allowed to grow, the Tianhai Empire would definitely be plunged into a calamity. The blood demon's neck suddenly stretched dozens of meters and bit at Ling Xiao's head. It naturally would not submit to a mere human on the surface. Instead, it wanted to suck the human's blood dry. However, even though it was fast, Ling Xiao was faster. The golden palm released a shocking amount of samadhi true fire. The terrifying flames burned the blood demon until it roared in fear. In an instant, it was burned to ashes. Another demonic creature around the 10th stage of the yin-yang realm. This soul temple doesn't seem as peaceful as I thought. Ling Xiao threw the blood demon into the dragon talisman again. It was beneficial for the hell dragon fire, samadhi true fire, and death dark flames to refine it. He had an idea now. He wanted to find the spatial crack and seal it forever. After all, the White Tiger continent would be his sooner or later. If the spatial crack was allowed to exist, the White Tiger continent would become a demonic creature's world. He would not allow that to happen. Hence, he wanted to slaughter all the demonic creatures in the Soul Temple and seal the spatial crack. To him, this was to prepare for taking over the White Tiger continent in the future. At the same time, it was a form of training for him and increasing his cultivation. Every time he killed a demonic creature, his cultivation would increase a little. This was mainly because the Blood Soul Talisman could convert the demonic chi into shadow power that he needed. Chapter 1770. After making his decision, Ling Xiao continued forward. He did not need to look for those demonic creatures. After smelling his scent, they were like a pack of hungry wolves that found delicious meat. They all rushed out. However, they were all slaughtered by Ling Xiao in the end. They were all annihilated. Those powerful demonic creatures hiding in the dark were at the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. They were definitely the overlords of this underground world. The Nightman tribe even worshipped them like gods. They were prepared to accumulate power and charge out when the time was right to give the martial artists on the surface a huge surprise. However, their ambitions were shattered today. Their ambitions were destroyed. They were all mercilessly killed by Ling Xiao. In less than 2 hours, more than 10 10th level Yin-Yang realm demonic creatures died in Ling Xiao's hands. As for the rest of the demonic creatures, they were countless. Ling Xiao had completely become a demon-hunting war god. He was invincible wherever he went. None of the demonic creatures could block the divine light sword in his hand. As the slaughter progressed, Ling Xiao realized that his cultivation was rapidly improving. From the early stage to the middle stage, and then to the late stage of the 8th level of Yin-Yang realm. In less than 2 hours, he was almost at the peak of the 8th level of Yin-Yang realm. With this kind of cultivation speed, it was likely that the martial artists outside would not be able to catch up to him. Whoosh! Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in his cultivation improvement, a stream of light suddenly attacked him. This stream of light was extremely fast, but it was only the size of a thumb. It was impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was wearing the Crimson Sun feathered raiment. When that thing hit his body, sparks flew. Ling Xiao felt that his Crimson Sun feathered raiment was weakened instantly. It was as if it was going to be shattered. So powerful. He activated his Tai Chi Eye and dodged the light again. When he looked closely, he realized that it was a demon the size of a thumb. It looked like an insect. It was extremely strange. Insect demon? Ling Xiao had seen heavenly demons and blood demons, but this was his first time seeing an insect demon. This thing was extremely small, ugly, and ferocious. Furthermore, it was not a physical body. The insect demon's most formidable trait was its terrifying parasitic ability. Once the insect demon crashed into the body, the spirit sea would be instantly contaminated, and the person would be controlled directly. Moreover, because the insect demon was a demon born from pure soul energy, ordinary martial arts were unable to harm it. Only soul secret techniques had any effect on it. So this insect demon had become the sealed world's most terrifying nightmare. In the past, several nations had been destroyed because of the appearance of the insect demons. At that time, the Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty had taken emergency measures. He did not hesitate to bear the infamy of being a butcher and directly destroyed those countries, burying and sealing them together with the insect demons. In that case, the entire profound world had probably become a paradise for insect demons. The sneak attack failed, and the insect demon quickly disappeared. When it reappeared, it had turned into a beautiful woman. Ling Xiao recognized this woman. She was one of the martial artists who had entered the underground world with him. It seemed like the Nightman clan had thrown those corpses into the spirit temple through a special channel, or it could be said that it was a sacrifice. The insect demon had borrowed this woman's body. The woman's face was pale, and the nails on her hands suddenly grew by a foot. Then, she suddenly clawed at Ling Xiao. It was obvious that the insect demon was controlling the woman's body, and it was controlling it perfectly. If he remembered correctly, this woman's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. She stood no chance against Ling Xiao. However, this attack gave Ling Xiao a headache. The sharp claws seemed to pierce through space and suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. There was a dense black aura on the claws, and it was rising continuously as if it wanted to completely corrode everything in the world. The woman let out an ear-piercing shriek. This shriek was filled with powerful soul power. Ordinary martial artists would have had a mental breakdown in an instant. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. The divine light sword in his hand stabbed out at an equally strange angle. The divine sword flashed with light as if it had been pulled out from the sun. It directly attacked the sharp claws. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The divine light sword actually cut off the woman's hand. The claws fell to the ground and were already burnt to ashes. Swoosh! Just then, a green light flew into Ling Xiao's mouth. The woman fell to the ground and stopped moving. Not good. She was possessed by the insect demon. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that he had been tricked by the cunning insect demon. Then, his whole body suddenly became ice cold. The insect demon was trying to enter his spiritual sea to control his soul and body. How could he let it succeed? Dragon Talisman, 18 Hell Talisman, 2 Blood Soul Talismans flew out of his spiritual sea at the same time and attacked the insect demon. The insect demon had never encountered a martial artist who had 2 Blood Soul Talismans in his spiritual sea. Seeing that the situation was bad, it quickly turned around and tried to escape. At that moment, countless ghostly hands reached out from the 18 Hell Talismans and pulled it back. Then, terrifying flames burned one after another. The insect demon was burned by the Hell Dragon Fire, True Samadhi Fire, and Dark Death Flames. If it were anyone else, they would be done for once the insect demon entered their body. Unless their soul power was stronger than the insect demon's, they would be able to stop the insect demon from entering their spiritual sea. Even so, they would not be able to kill the insect demon. With the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans in Ling Xiao's spiritual sea, they were almost the nemesis of all insect demons. What abundant energy! Also, there's strong vitality flowing into the cells. This must be from the martial artists whose vitality was absorbed by the insect demon before, right? When Ling Xiao was melting the insect demon, he noticed that not only was his inner energy increasing, but his Emperor Earth Queen cells were also awakening. The insect demon was as powerful as a Yin-Yang Realm Stage 11 expert. It was even more terrifying than the 2 demonic creatures that Ling Xiao encountered earlier. However, the insect demon's mistake was that it tried to enter his spiritual sea and got trapped by him instead. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao was excited. He realized that the insect demon's energy was purer than the blood demon and heavenly demons. It also had strong vitality. It could promote his cultivation and the awakening of his Emperor Earth Queen cells at the same time. In this way, his profound world body could naturally continue to grow stronger. Thinking of that, Ling Xiao had a bold idea. He would lure the insect demon into his spiritual sea and use the Blood Soul Talisman to refine it. This kind of cultivation efficiency was definitely much faster than foolishly meditating on the surface. However, it was also very dangerous. If he was not careful, he might become the insect demon's puppet and become a walking corpse. Chapter 1771. In Ling Xiao's opinion, there was nothing in this world that could be done safely and reaped great benefits. Huge profits were often proportional to the risks involved. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. He retracted the aura of light that disgusted the insect demon and released the aura of his physical body. His physical body had been strengthened by various cultivation methods. After that, he cultivated the mystic world physique. To these demons, it was simply a delicacy. The demons that smelled this scent rushed out crazily from all directions, especially the insect demons of all sizes. They were like locusts that covered the sky and swept over. Ling Xiao was about to put all these insect demons into his spirit realm and destroy them in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the insect demons stopped and opened up a path. A red dot that was the size of a pinky flew over from this path. Although this thing was small, its aura was extremely powerful. Countless insect demons and demons avoided it. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Just as he was considering whether to let this thing into his body, the red dot attacked at an extremely fast speed. It happened in an instant. not giving Ling Xiao any time to think. The red dot had already forcefully pierced through his origin energy protection and his scarlet sun feathered robe before entering his body. In that instant, a terrifying and eerie aura filled every inch of his body except his spirit sea. Other than his head, Ling Xiao's body was completely controlled by this insect demon. This kind of possession speed really made Ling Xiao feel a little unprepared. It was too powerful. It felt like the strength of a 13th stage yin-yang realm martial artist. This was really too much. Messed up? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seemed like he had underestimated the demons in the spirit temple. Just a little carelessness and this demon had taken over his body. But even so, Ling Xiao couldn't admit defeat. He had experienced more dangerous situations than this, but he had still managed to carve out a bloody path for himself. Today's situation wasn't that big of a deal. He had to defeat the other party, because failure meant eternal damnation. It meant that he might become a walking corpse under the insect demon's control. Dragon Talisman, power of the ancient Hell Dragon, power of the ancient Nature Dragon, power of the ancient Five Elements Dragon. In order to give it his all, Ling Xiao completely unleashed the power of the 3 dragon talismans. After all, the opponent was too strong and he didn't dare to be careless. 18 Hell Talismans: Tongue-Pulling Hell, Scissors Hell, Tree of Iron Hell, Steamer Hell, Mirror of Retribution Hell, Bronze Pillar Hell, Mountain of Knives Hell, and Iceberg Hell. The 18 Hell Talismans also unleashed the power of the 8 layers of Hell. He had never used these things before, but at this critical moment, he had no choice but to use them all. After all, this was a life and death battle. Martial soul, lend me a hand. In this pitch-black place where there was no one around, Ling Xiao did not need to suppress anything. He directly released his tyrant martial spirit. Within the vast pitch-black universe, a mysterious and ancient soul force began to pour into Ling Xiao's soul realm. Together with the 2 blood soul symbols, they launched a pincer attack on the insect demon. What is this? That vast and boundless power. Could it be from the human king's mountain river martial soul? At this moment, the insect demon's body seemed to be trembling. The human king could be said to be the nightmare of all demons. Whether it was heavenly demons, blood demons, insect demons, sea demons, or earth demons, they would all feel incomparable shock and fear when facing the human king. The human king's mountain river martial soul had caused the death of countless demons. At this moment, the red dot insect demon actually felt the terrifying power of the mountain river martial soul from Ling Xiao's body. It was really frightened. You have good eyesight. My martial soul of Tyrant evolved from the mountain river martial soul. It has a strong restraining effect on everything in the world. You're just a mere insect demon. Although you're strong, you can't withstand the destruction of the ancient fighting spirit. Ling Xiao was sitting there with his legs crossed. Behind him was the ancient universe, mysterious and powerful. So much so that the demons watching from afar didn't dare to make any moves. What are you all looking at? Hurry up and kill him. I'm willing to share this child's flesh and blood with you all. The red dot insect demon knew that it couldn't possibly be the tyrant martial soul's match. Hence, it let out a cry, calling the surrounding insect demons to attack Ling Xiao together. The insect demons were chattering as if they were discussing whether they should attack or not. After a moment, they seemed to have made a decision and rushed over one after another, wanting to surround and kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had to deal with the red dot insect demon. He had virtually no resistance against these insect demons. Allowing the insect demons to enter his body one by one, they started to control his limbs and bones. The instant the insect demons entered Ling Xiao's body, they felt an incomparably powerful and vigorous aura. They cried out in bliss. Ling Xiao's flesh and blood was simply the most delicious nourishment in this world to them. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao's body entered easily, but wanting to leave again was difficult. Ling Xiao's thoughts stirred. A shadow flew out from his body, then threw out a refining array stone. This formation placed him in the core position. It was the famous 10,000 beast blood refining formation. At this moment, Ling Xiao made some slight changes to the formation, and it became the 10,000 demon blood refining formation. He wanted to refine these insect demons directly in his body without using the blood soul talisman. The moment the 10,000 demon blood refining formation was successfully set up, the terrifying true samadhi fire burned. The flames on Ling Xiao's body tumbled, and the flames inside his body also rose. Almost every cell was filled with the true samadhi fire. The weak insect demons were instantly devoured by the terrifying flames. Then, they released powerful demonic qi and vitality, which entered Ling Xiao's body. Great! I'll take this opportunity to break through to the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. Ling Xiao felt that there was no problem with what he did. His body could withstand the destruction of the 10,000 demon blood refining formation and the true samadhi fire, but the insect demons couldn't. Their deaths became the source of Ling Xiao's advancement. This made Ling Xiao stronger, and the true samadhi fire became more vigorous. It's a pity to use such demonic qi to break through to the next level of cultivation in the mystic world body. With a thought, Ling Xiao released the 9 demons' divine art that had been sealed in his body for a long time. At this moment, his body had transformed into a heavenly demon. Under the heavenly demon transformation, the 9 demons' divine art was even more powerful, and it also had the effect of the shadow profound meaning. It was perfect to release the 9 demons' divine art at this moment. No, this is a trap. This cunning human wants to use our lives to help him break through to the next level of cultivation. He's too cunning and shameless. The insect demons died one by one, and the remaining ones let out terrified cries. They wanted to rush out of Ling Xiao's body. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao's body, which had been sealed by the 10,000 demon blood refining formation, was like a furnace. They couldn't escape at all, and could only be refined and burned by the true samadhi fire. Chapter 1772. Ling Xiao wanted to turn all the insect demons that entered his body into his own power. It was a huge risk, but it was also the best opportunity to increase his strength. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no other opportunity. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up. The red dot insect demon was the most powerful one among the insect demons. However, even he was helpless. He could only feel fear and unwillingness. Moreover, the pressure he faced was greater than the other insect demons. The Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans took turns to attack him continuously with the Samadhi True Fire. Finally, he was dragged into the 18 Hell Talismans by a ghostly hand. The 8 levels of Hell took turns to refine him. No, I can't do this. How can I die like this? I don't want to. The red dot insect demon let out a roar of terror. He was a Nightman tribe powerhouse who was equivalent to a yin-yang realm level 13 powerhouse. How could he submit to such treatment? At that moment, he realized that the stupidest thing he had ever done was to enter Lin Huang's body. If he was outside, he would not be so passive. In Ling Xiao's body, he was suppressed by the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He would be thankful if he could unleash 60 to 70% of his strength. It was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. However, even so, he was still resisting madly. Even after being refined by the 8 layers of hell, he still couldn't subdue him. Instead, he almost broke free again. Ling Xiao was calm in the face of such a situation. The other party was merely putting up a stubborn resistance and making a final struggle before death. He only needed to increase his strength and devour the other insect demons to make himself stronger. It was only a matter of time before the most powerful insect demon was completely refined. He sat cross-legged in the 10,000 demon blood refinement formation. The flames continued to burn. A large number of insect demons in his body were refined by the Samadhi True Fire. The energy flowed into his limbs and bones. His cultivation had reached the peak of yin-yang realm level 8. As for the sovereign Earth Queen cells in his body, he had already awakened over 800 of them. The powerful Emperor Earth Queen power also joined the battle to exterminate the insect demons. The insect demons no longer had any resistance. He used his body as a furnace, using millions of insect demons as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was not that this kind of smithing cultivation method had never been seen before, but it was definitely not as crazy as Ling Xiao's. Rumble. The ninth Hell's Gate finally opened above Ling Xiao's head. His cultivation base had successfully advanced to the ninth level of the yin-yang realm. Between the heavens and the earth, powerful energy fluctuations were constantly roaring. The ninth hell was filled with boiling oil, as if it wanted to thoroughly cleanse Ling Xiao's body. Insect demon, hurry up and die. Ling Xiao felt the boiling oil above his head and poured it into his 18 hell talismans. The insect demon was thrown into the frying pan and continuously fried. It let out a shocking shriek, causing people to have goosebumps. Still not dead? Ling Xiao roared, pouring all his strength into the 18 hell talismans. I can't accept this. Even if you don't want to, you still have to die. You have no choice. Tyrannical strike. The pitch-black universe transformed into a strange human figure. Although the appearance could not be seen clearly, the incomparably huge and mysterious black figure gave the insect demon the strongest shock and suppression. The hand pressed down lightly. The oil in the pan no longer boiled, but the insect demon had been completely refined. After refining the strongest insect demon, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate while sitting cross-legged. The energy in his body was too abundant, so he had to seize the time to raise his cultivation base. Although he was now a 9th level yin-yang realm expert, after witnessing the demonic saber, Prince Wu, and the terrifying Dark Fire clan leader, he knew he was not powerful enough. He had to cultivate even more crazily. After 2 hours, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Currently, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. The number of awakened Emperor Earth Queen cells had reached 1,000. He did not expect such an achievement before coming to the underground world. It could be said that even if he did not obtain anything else this time, he was already satisfied with his current harvest. He was still in the heavenly demon incarnation. However, the incarnation began to change. It was the effect of circulating the 9 demons' divine technique. Plague Demon King, Evil Beast Demon King, Lightning Demon King. His heavenly demon incarnation had 3 unique transformations. Every change would produce a different kind of power. Although the heavenly demon incarnation was powerful in the past, its attack methods were too lacking. It was unlike now, where he had the powerful 9 demons' divine technique and the heavenly demon incarnation. It was a perfect match. Of course, he still had to continue killing the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire so that the 9 demons' divine technique could live up to its name. Now, there were only 3 transformations, so it seemed a little weak. Ling Xiao was about to continue moving forward when his expression suddenly changed. In the distance, there was a soaring, domineering aura. Fist shadows crisscrossed, and the sound was like thunder. The fist shadows broke through layers of the void and headed straight for Ling Xiao. Like a meteor, it locked onto Ling Xiao's position. Moreover, the power of this fist was fierce, and it clearly felt like it was going to kill him directly. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think, because he wasn't sure of the opponent's strength. He hurriedly used the shadow body, and his body sank into the darkness and then disappeared. Boom! The terrifying fist shadows lost their target and hit the ground, causing a series of shocking sounds, like a series of thunderstorms. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, and a terrifying black aura was constantly released. Several demons that couldn't escape in time were directly killed. A moment later, a person flew over. The strong body was 2 meters tall, and the muscles all over his body were tight, showing a healthy bronze color. On his hands, he was wearing a pair of gloves made of special materials. His whole person was filled with domineering aura. At this time, there were electric currents flowing on his fists, and electric sparks were constantly flickering. This was not a demon, but a surface martial artist. For Ling Xiao, it was still very easy to distinguish between a demon and a surface martial artist. His Tai Chi, I would not be wrong. What was that thing just now? Could it be the legendary shadow demon? Can it freely hide in the darkness? The strong man looked around and didn't find any suspicious signs. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. I heard that someone got the map of the secret realm and then entered the underground world. Could it be that they weren't killed by the Nightman clan? Listening to what he said, it seemed that not only did he know that Ling Xiao and the rest came to the underground world, but he was also very clear about it. He even thought about the consequences of these people. Swoosh, swoosh. When the strong man was talking to himself, 3 more people appeared almost at the same time. Among the 3 people, one of them was someone that Ling Xiao knew. It was Shangguan Qing'er, who he met at the Medicine King Pavilion that day. Chapter 1773. Other than Shangguan Qing'er, he was unfamiliar with the other 3 people. However, their abilities were extremely terrifying. Even Shangguan Qing'er, who was the weakest, had a cultivation level of level 9 Yin Yang Realm, while the other 3 had a cultivation level of level 11 Yin Yang Realm. However, the 3 of them were older and should be in their 40s. They were no longer qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. After all, the White Tiger meet was prepared for outstanding geniuses below the age of 30. However, geniuses were just geniuses. Geniuses who had not matured were not as powerful as ordinary ancient martial art practitioners. Guardiang, did you discover something? You gave us a shock when you suddenly threw a punch at us from so far away. Shangguan Qing'er looked at the burly man curiously and asked, "Didn't you notice? The insect demons here seem to have been annihilated. That was a force that the Crown Prince had painstakingly cultivated, but it was annihilated just like that." Guardiang's face was gloomy as he said, "Once, our king came to the underground world and killed many experts from the Nightman clan. He also discovered this spiritual shrine and used his supreme magic to connect it to the palace. The king told the Crown Prince the secret of this place. On one hand, he planned to cultivate the Crown Prince. On the other hand, he wanted to make use of these demons. What should we do? His Highness the Crown Prince spent several years on those insect demons. Damn it, who did it? Among the ancient martial art practitioners who entered the underground world, only Mo Dao and the Wu Prince were the strongest. The Wu Prince would definitely not do this, so it can only be Mo Dao." Shangguan Qing'er said angrily, "Guardiang, Miss Shangguan, we have to report this matter to the Crown Prince as soon as possible. Also, don't forget that we are here on the Crown Prince's orders to retrieve the magic crystal liquid. Let's complete the mission quickly and return as soon as possible." Another man reminded them, "That's right. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess need the magic crystal liquid for their cultivation. The 2 of them are going to shine at the White Tiger meet this time. We can't spoil it." Shangguan Qing'er nodded and said, "Let's go." Bodyguard Jiang coldly glanced at the darkness and then gave the order. The 4 of them flew into the air. After a long time, Ling Xiao walked out of the darkness. "Interesting. I've heard something incredible. Who would have thought that the Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire would try to borrow the power of demonic creatures to achieve his ambitions?" Ling Xiao stood there rubbing his chin, deep in thought. "Since that's the case, I can't let you have your way. I must kill every single one of the demonic creatures here. Right? There's also that magic crystal liquid. It seems to be good stuff that can help with cultivation. I can get some." Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao activated shadow steps and chased after him in his shadow form. His current cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th level of Yin Yang realm. It was difficult for the people in front of him to detect his presence. Even if they were following him, they would not be able to discover him. They actually entered the spatial rift. Ling Xiao stared dumbfoundedly at the huge crack in front of him. Blood-red magma was constantly spewing out from the crack, yet the 4 of them were able to easily enter it. If he guessed correctly, they must have some treasure on them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to succeed so easily. Who cares? Anyway, I'll just wait here and reap the benefits from the fight. Ling Xiao smiled, then sat there and began to wait. After a long time, the 4 of them finally walked out of the crack. Guardiang was holding a bottle gourd in his hand. A powerful life force emanated from it, making Ling Xiao extremely excited. "Good stuff. It's really good stuff. Thank you for your hard work. This belongs to me." Ling Xiao did not have any goodwill towards the 4 of them. However, this time, he was only here to snatch the magic crystal liquid. He did not plan to kill anyone. This would be faster. In order to complete this task without letting the other party see through his identity, Fang Xingzhan used the Heavenly Demon transformation and entered the Electric Demon King's form. The Electric Demon King was the fastest and most suitable for snatching things. This bottle of magic crystal liquid is really tempting. It's a pity that it is too difficult to obtain. Otherwise, the few of us could have a share. Guard Jiang looked at the bottle gourd in his hand and lamented, "Yes, the spatial rift is filled with spatial turbulence. If not for the treasure we obtained from the Crown Prince, I'm afraid we would have been torn to pieces by now," Shangguan Qinger said with some lingering fear. At this moment, the four of them looked like they had consumed a lot of energy. This made Ling Xiao more confident about snatching the magic crystal liquid. "Everyone, take a short rest to replenish your inner strength and physical strength. Then, let's leave. Even if those people entered the Temple of Souls, they would not be able to leave alive. The powerful Night Devil King resides here. Only our king can communicate with it and open up this passage for us." Guard Jiang's words sounded more like he was comforting himself. He had originally planned to find the ancient martial art practitioner who killed the insect demon and bring him back to the Crown Prince. But now that they had obtained the magic crystal liquid, they really could not delay. Even if the Night Devil King had communicated with the King of Tianhai, the thoughts of the King of Souls could not be understood. However, the thoughts of a demonic being were definitely not something that could be guessed by humans. If that fellow suddenly got angry and wanted to kill them, then they would really be finished. They really did not want to stay in this damned place for a moment longer. Thinking of this, the four of them sat cross-legged. Just as Guard Jiang was about to put the bottle gourd into his storage ring, a bolt of lightning suddenly attacked. Whoosh! This bolt of lightning was too fast and too strange. The terrifying attack made Guard Jiang think that he had been ambushed by the Night Devil King. His eyes were filled with blue lightning, and he could not see anything else. In the darkness, a palm flashing with lightning slapped towards his head. This was clearly to take his life. "Someone is ambushing us," Guard Jiang roared. He did not have time to put the bottle gourd into his storage ring, so he could only put it aside and block it with his fists. Compared to the bottle gourd, his life was obviously more important. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. It was the smile of a successful scheme. This move of his was called attacking the east and attacking the west. Although it was very simple, it basically worked every time. His true purpose was to take the bottle gourd, not to kill Guard Jiang. However, his terrifying killing intent was too real, so Guard Jiang did not suspect it at all. "Got it." Ling Xiao smiled and lowered his body. The bottle gourd disappeared and entered his storage ring. At this moment, Guard Jiang came to a realization. In his fury, he directly punched at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao turned around and sent out a palm. Chapter 1774. A palm met a fist. Suddenly, lightning exploded. Lightning was useless. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The attack that Guard Jiang was so proud of was easily broken by the opponent. Moreover, his body was forced back by the terrifying force, only stopping after 4 or 5 steps. When he looked at the person who had ambushed him again, he had already disappeared. "Haha, it's done." Ling Xiao checked the bottle gourd in his storage ring. There were at least a few hundred kilograms of magic crystal liquid inside. It seemed that this bottle gourd was also a treasure. It was probably a treasure specially made to store magic crystal liquid. He only tasted 1 drop, but he could feel the energy and vitality that filled his body. This thing was much better than the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang he had eaten before. No wonder even the crown prince of the Tianhai Empire, Tianhai Tyranny, couldn't forget about it. But now it belongs to me. Bastard! Guard Jiang was forced back by Ling Xiao's palm, but he was still furious. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. He had risked his life to get this magic crystal liquid. It was to be given to the crown prince and crown princess. If he lost it here, he might not even be able to keep his life. Even if the crown prince didn't kill him because of his contributions, he might not be able to raise his head among the crown prince's guards in the future. When the furious Guard Jiang thought of this, he felt like he was about to explode. Someone actually dared to steal the magic crystal liquid from his hands. This had never happened before. Shameful, angry, violent. Guard Jiang could no longer control his emotions. The yin and yang energy in his body began to go berserk. He fiercely smashed his fists into the ground. Violent thunder fury fist. Destroy everything. His fists smashed into the ground. Terrifying lightning began to spread everywhere. He knew that the opponent was hiding in the shadows. Since he couldn't see him, he might as well use a large-scale attack. No matter what, he had to make that rascal pay with his life. Daring to steal the magic crystal liquid from his hands, he had to kill this person. Just as Ling Xiao retreated into the shadows, before he could leave, a terrifying thunderstorm suddenly spread in the air. His figure was touched by the lightning, and his body was revealed. He frowned slightly. He waved his right hand and also sent out a palm. Suddenly, lightning intertwined and knocked away the lightning shadow attacking him. However, his position had already been exposed. Among the four, there was a man who had a strange eye on his back. No matter how he tried to hide, he was always under the gaze of that eye. Ling Xiao slowly turned his head to look at the four of them. His expression didn't look too good. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you're courting death. A hoarse and strange voice came from his throat. At this moment, he still maintained the image of the electric demon king. Strange electric currents flashed all over his body, and his hair stood up high, showing a strange blue color. Garjiang was also looking at him. Lightning flashed all over his body, and a thundercloud appeared behind him. That should be his martial soul. The thundercloud martial spirit was a rare nature-type martial spirit. Warriors who were able to control such a martial spirit generally had good talent. The four of them surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Although bodyguard Jiang was extremely furious, he didn't immediately make a move. It was probably because of the previous contact that he realized that the cultivator in front of him was not easy to deal with. A forceful attack might not be effective. Therefore, he planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Friend, I don't care if you're a human or a demon. I am Zhang Lei, one of the personal guards of Tianhai Empire's Crown Prince, Tianhai Tyranny. The other three are Shangguan Qinger, Zhan Haoran, and Yu Yang. Besides Miss Qinger, who is the Crown Prince's consort, the three of us are the Crown Prince's guards. You should understand why I'm saying this, right? You dared to snatch food from the Crown Prince's hands. Do you know how serious the consequences are? I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the magic crystal liquid, and we'll let bygones be bygones. How about it? Guard Jiang looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes, paying attention to Ling Xiao's every move. If Ling Xiao acted strangely, he wouldn't be lenient. The four of them would join hands and use all their strength to kill him. Ling Xiao now knew that the man with the strange eye martial soul was called Yu Yang. This martial soul was pretty good. Hee, what a nice way to put it. I already know the secret of your Tianhai Empire. You're actually raising demons here in an attempt to subvert the order of the mysterious world. Will you let me go? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Garjiang, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just as he said, he knows so many secrets. Unless he's willing to become the Crown Prince's man, he must be killed. Zhan Haoran said loudly. Agreed. This person is definitely not a match for the four of us. Killing him is as easy as flipping our hands. Yu Yang said. Only Shangguan Qinger felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that this strange person in front of her had a familiar aura, but she couldn't figure out what it was. But things were definitely not as simple as the other three said. Can you really kill him just because you said so? Make your move. I'm definitely keeping the magic crystal liquid today. Also, I'll take care of your bullshit crown prince sooner or later. That kind of scum doesn't deserve to practice martial arts. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and raised his hand. A dark demon sword appeared in his hand. Under the heavenly demon incarnation, he activated the 9 demons' divine art and entered the electric demon king form. Coupled with the effect of the dark demon sword, it was naturally excellent. These 4 people were not simple. Although their cultivation was not as good as Mo Dao and Wu Qin Wang, the 4 of them working together was definitely not to be underestimated. He had to use a sword, or it would be too late to regret it later. Good. Very good. Since you're courting death, then don't blame us. Garjiang never thought that the other party would obediently hand over the magic crystal liquid. He planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force because he needed some time to accumulate power. As soon as he finished speaking, His fists had already blasted out. Dual Thunder Dragon. Fist shadows wreak havoc. Guard Jiang, who had accumulated his power to the peak, directly released a terrifying killing move. In that instant, two lightning dragons actually darted out from the thunderclouds behind him, merging into the countless flashing fist shadows. They blasted towards Ling Xiao like a violent storm. With one punch, the heavens and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Such terrifying power was truly terrifying. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at it indifferently. The dark demon's sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the black thunder and lightning all over his body poured into the demon's sword. In that instant, with him as the center, a black thunder hell was formed. The scene was extremely terrifying. Dark demon sword, black thunder fury, soul extinguisher. The sword and fist intersected in the air, producing an intense collision. Garjiang's face turned cold. He could clearly feel the other party's terrifying power. In that instant, the thundercloud behind him became even more irritable, and it gradually turned into a strange, illusory figure. Martial Soul Evolution, Thunder God. The thunderclouds changed and turned into the Thunder God. Chapter 1775. The Thunder God had a pair of tempest wings on his back and a tempest staff in his hand. He had the head of a bird and the body of a human. Every time he waved the tempest staff in his hand, he could generate the wrath of the tempest staff. At that moment, Garjiang's fists were obviously more powerful, and he seemed to be suppressing Ling Xiao. When most people encountered such a terrifying power, their first thought would be to avoid it and fight again. However, Ling Xiao did not avoid it. There was no need for him to do so. The cells of the royal Earth Queen in his body jumped and released a terrifying power. At that moment, the dark demonic sword was surrounded by green and golden radiance. The power of 1,000 royal Earth Queen was released. Boom! A terrifying power was released from the tip of the dark demonic sword. At that moment, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Jiang Lei's arms. The Thunder God's shadow behind him also collapsed in an instant and returned to the appearance of a thundercloud. In this collision, Jiang Lei was obviously at a disadvantage. His body was blasted away, and he crashed heavily into the spatial crack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with shock. When he was defeated by Ling Xiao previously, he thought that it was because he was careless that he was taken advantage of. He was not convinced at all. However, at this moment, he finally understood. His opponent was too strong. He was not a match for him at all. Let's work together. Don't let him escape. Jiang Lei roared angrily. Since they could not defeat their opponent alone, they might as well work together. After all, this was not an arena competition, and there was no need to be so particular about it. Shangguan Qinger unsheathed her long sword and aimed for Ling Xiao's vital spot before stabbing it. On the sword, there was a strong sword aura, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Her sword aura was blue in color. As expected of the female official of the Crown Princess, even the attribute of her origin power was the same. Azure Sea Raging Sword. As Shangguan Qinger shouted, the sword in her hand swept out like a monstrous wave. At the same time, Zhan Haoran waved his palms and attacked Ling Xiao. This person's martial soul was a palm master who had passed away. The shadow of his martial soul appeared behind him, and there were raging flames on Zhan Haoran's palms. Heavenly Fire God Palm. As for Yu Yang, his body did not move. Only the strange eye on his back released a ray of light, like a poisonous arrow, causing people to be terrified. The three of them joined forces to attack Ling Xiao's 3 vital points. They wanted to prevent Ling Xiao from finding a chance to counterattack. In their opinion, Ling Xiao had just fought with Jiang Lei, so he must be weak at this moment. As long as the three of them worked together, killing this guy should be easy. However, it was a pity that they didn't know that Ling Xiao completely crushed Jiang Lei. Not to mention weakening, even the consumption of energy was negligible. Facing the triple killing moves of 3 experts, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. The dark demonic sword in his hand did not even need to change its moves, as it pierced straight towards Shangguan Qinger, who was attacking him from the front. Why are you guys so slow? Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He thrust out the dark demon sword, and the terrifying power sent Shangguan Qing'er flying. That woman was not dead, but she was definitely severely injured. At this moment, Zhang Haoran and Yu Yang's attacks had not arrived yet. This kind of bizarre scene made Zhang Lei stare with his mouth agape. In his opinion, the three of them were simply moving in slow motion, while Ling Xiao's movements were speeding up. With another sword, the black thunder exploded, and Zhang Haoran was sent flying. This guy was too unlucky. As he used his palms, it was too late when he reacted. His body was split into two by Ling Xiao, and he died miserably. Seeing his companion die, Yu Yang was terrified. He wanted to withdraw his attack, but his speed was too slow. Ling Xiao threw the dark demon sword, which went through Yu Yang's body and pierced into the strange eye behind Yu Yang. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the spirit shrine. Not only did Yu Yang die, even his martial spirit was killed by the sword. Too weak, really too weak. I said earlier that you shouldn't have let me appear. I could have left alive, but now I'm going to die here. Ling Xiao looked at Zhang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er. He decided to go all out and kill the two of them as well. However, at this moment, a terrifying vibration was released from the spatial crack. Ling Xiao's expression changed. He felt a terrifying dark aura. It was this aura that made even the lords of hell feel terrified. At this moment, the entire underground was pitch black. Only a huge demonic palm reached out from the spatial crack, grabbing towards Ling Xiao. Run! Zhang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er saw the situation and knew that the Night Demon King had come out. The Night Demon King was obviously attacking Ling Xiao, and it had nothing to do with them. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Although the two of them were seriously injured, in order to escape for their lives, they still used the last of their strength to soar into the sky. The Night Devil King didn't care about these two fellows who had escaped. His sky-covering hand had already grabbed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was inexplicably shocked. Being grabbed by the Night Demon King, he could not move. He could not even communicate with the Yin-Yang Yuan Qi in his body. His expression became very gloomy. However, his shocking tenacity allowed him to release his Gemini martial spirit at this critical moment. As long as either his Gemini martial spirit or his original body survived, he would definitely not die. However, the Night Demon King sneered and killed his Gemini martial spirit on the spot. Ling Xiao's expression was cold. The scenery in front of him kept changing, and he was actually dragged into the spatial crack by the Night Demon King. It was a strange scene. There was lava and magic crystal liquid everywhere. The magic crystal liquid flowed like a river. In the river, there were countless powerful demonic creatures playing. The weakest among them was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest was at the half-step rebirth realm, the same as the butterfly lady. Hee, you seem to have captured one of my traitorous subordinates. A rough voice came from the Night Demon King's mouth. He actually saw through Ling Xiao's dragon talisman and trapped the Lord of Hell. Then, a terrifying soul power was released from the Night Demon King's body, and he actually pulled the Lord of Hell out of the dragon talisman. Ling Xiao was very shocked. There was actually someone who could rescue someone from his soul realm. Just how powerful was he? Could it be that the Night Demon King was actually a rebirth realm expert? Ling Xiao felt incomparable shock and fear. However, when he thought of the expert he met when he obtained the mystic world body, he gradually calmed down. Compared to that terrifying existence, the Night Demon King was nothing. Night Demon King, please spare my life. The Lord of Hell knelt before the Night Demon King, trembling in fear. Spare your life? When you betrayed this king, did you think this day would come? The Night Demon King sneered and slapped down with his huge palm. The powerful Lord of Hell was instantly smashed into meat paste. Chapter 1776. Ling Xiao watched as the Lord of Hell was slapped to death by the Night Devil King. What a pity. He hadn't even been able to refine the Lord of Hell, and it had been wasted just like that. After killing the Lord of Hell, the Night Devil King turned back to Ling Xiao. This fellow was huge, and his entire body seemed to be covered in black lava. Only his mouth was filled with blood-red lava, and it was constantly dripping down. He only said a few words, and that terrifying aura seemed to be able to blow Ling Xiao away. It made Ling Xiao vanish into thin air. Ling Xiao knew that he had truly encountered danger today, and it was a danger he had never encountered before. He didn't resist, nor did he try to escape. This was because the yin-yang energy in his body didn't react at all. Under the Night Devil King's terrifying pressure, it became still. Night Devil King, you captured me but didn't kill me. Could it be that you have something to discuss with me? Even in the face of the terrifying Night Devil King, Ling Xiao was neither servile nor overbearing. This was because he knew that whether he acted like a grandson or acted bravely, the end result would be the same. Thus, he naturally had to stand and act. You're quite bold. No one has ever dared to speak to this king so casually. The Night Devil King sneered and pointed at the Lord of Hell who had been smashed into meat paste. You've already seen what happened to him. Aren't you afraid? What's the use of being afraid? My life is already in your hands. Even if I'm afraid, will I be able to live? Ling Xiao retorted. Ahahaha. The Night Devil King laughed heartily. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, What's your name? What's your status outside? Ling Xiao, the ruler of the Dragon Phoenix continent, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. He wasn't lying. Ling Xiao knew that the more important his status was, the more valuable he would be. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance to escape. Once he died, there would be nothing left. Oh, this king is rather surprised. Then why did you come to the Skysea Empire? The Night Devil King asked. To participate in the White Tiger meet. Ling Xiao replied, Not bad, not bad. You have your own territory and you're a rare genius. You've really caught my eye. The Night Devil King smiled and said, This king lacks a spokesperson in the surface world. Why don't you be this spokesperson? Follow this king and dominate the profound world. How about it? Your Highness Night Devil King must be joking. I'm afraid that no one in the White Tiger continent can match your strength. Why would you need my help? Ling Xiao said, You're really cunning. Night Demon King said with a smile, This king really likes you more and more. Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. Because I came from another plane. I can't stray too far from the spatial rift. Otherwise, my strength will continue to decline. Unless someone helps me preach on the surface and make the humans on the surface believe in me, then I will be able to get incense and won't have to rely on the energy released from the spatial rift. Hearing this, Ling Xiao finally understood this guy's intentions. However, he was still a little puzzled. You seem to be very familiar with the Emperor of the Tianhai Empire and the Crown Prince. Why don't you let them help? Logically speaking, with their identity and status, if they help you preach, the effect will be better, right? That won't do. They believe in the Jingyi school, which is extremely powerful. If they leave, they won't even be able to maintain their throne. Therefore, the only thing they can do is to secretly preach. Of course, it's not as convenient as you preach. In any case, your Dragon Phoenix continent doesn't have the power of the Jingyi school. The Night Devil King explained patiently, as if he wanted to discuss it with Ling Xiao. Then what's in it for me? Ling Xiao asked. Good boy. You actually dare to negotiate with this king? The Night Devil King suddenly approached Ling Xiao. His huge face was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao. The terrifying pressure almost made Ling Xiao collapse on the spot. However, he had always insisted on cultivating the Essence Spirit Remnant Scroll, so his soul was incomparably strong. Under this terrifying pressure, he actually remained calm and didn't retreat at all. To actually be able to withstand this king's soul pressure, it seems that your soul is also very special. The Night Devil King smiled slightly and said, Forget it. This king can agree. If you help this king will lend you a hand and let you break through the rebirth realm as soon as possible and become a top powerhouse on the White Tiger continent. Ling Xiao thought to himself, You look like you're just at the rebirth realm. Can you really help me? Do you really think that I'm an idiot? Moreover, even if the other party could really help him, it was impossible for him to cooperate with this guy. The Dragon Phoenix continent was the foundation that he painstakingly laid. How could he give it to this demon? He still didn't know how this guy was going to wreak havoc on the Dragon Phoenix continent. Although Ling Xiao didn't want to be a hero, the Dragon Phoenix continent was his own. How could he endure the demon's invasion? However, the current him was caught in a dilemma. If he agreed, then he would probably become this demon's puppet from now on. Even if he pretended to agree, it probably wouldn't work. If this demon had the ability to make laws with words, then if he agreed, he would definitely fall into a trap. It would be too late to regret. He would definitely be controlled by some law or secret art. But if he didn't agree, he probably wouldn't be able to live today. What should he do? Ling Xiao looked at the Night Devil King again. Night Devil King, unless you can immediately let me break through to the rebirth realm, otherwise, I can't agree to do anything for you. These words were said very strictly. Although he agreed, there was a condition. If he really broke through to the rebirth realm, then there was definitely a possibility of eliminating the Night Devil King directly. There was no need to feign civility with the other party. Brat, you're courting death. How cunning was the Night Devil King? How could he not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts? He clearly had the intention to kill. On account that you still have some use, this king wasn't willing to kill you easily. But it seems like you don't care about this king's good intentions. Good intentions? Night Devil King, don't you know that you've already exposed your weakness? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Weakness? What weakness does this king have? The Night Devil King looked coldly at Ling Xiao, not believing him at all. Brat, you just want to mess up this king's thoughts, right? Hee, to mess up your thoughts? I really don't have that ability. But you just said that you have to rely on spatial rifts to have power, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. In fact, when he was talking to the Night Devil King, he had already used the Tai Chi Eye to find the other party's weakness. In this world, no matter how powerful an existence was, it was impossible to be perfect. The Night Devil King was no exception. After a conversation, Ling Xiao finally caught a glimmer of hope. So what? The Night Devil King frowned. If I tell you that I have the ability to directly seal this spatial rift, what will you do? Will you wait for death in this spatial tunnel? Ling Xiao asked back. Chapter 1777. If you do that, you'll die too. The Night Devil King finally became agitated. It was obvious that Ling Xiao's words had touched his weak spot, causing him to become nervous. Even if I don't do that, I'll still die. Before I die, I'll seal you here and save the mystic world from a huge crisis. It's still worth it. Ling Xiao's words were powerful and righteous. He wasn't lying at all. The Night Devil King's expression changed slightly. Then what do you want to do? It's very simple. Night Devil King, let me out and we won't meet again. You do your thing and I do mine. How about that? Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Xiao didn't want to die. Ha 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 ha. The Night Devil King suddenly laughed crazily, as if he had understood something. He had lived for too long and had seen countless cunning fellows. Ling Xiao's little cleverness was obviously too immature in front of him. Kid, you're not bad. You really made this king feel fear for a moment. However, this little trick of yours has already been used by others before, and their cultivation is much stronger than yours. Compared to them, you're just a pitiful worm. The Night Devil King looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully. Although he said so, he didn't make a move. Obviously, he was still somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao's words. He wanted to use some words to make Ling Xiao mentally collapse. You're talking about the Tianhai Empire's emperor and the Tianhai Empire's crown prince, right? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Since you know them, you should understand how strong they are. Compared to them, you're too weak. So this king advises you to cooperate with this king. There's no harm in it for you. Not only can you obtain more powerful cultivation techniques, but you can also obtain greater strength with this king's help. You can even use this king's subordinates to seek the mystic world. On one hand, the Night Devil King was threatening Ling Xiao, but on the other hand, he was tempting Ling Xiao with a beautiful blueprint. This was really a carrot and a stick at the same time. You still don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I admit that Tyranny Tianhai and King Tianhai are stronger than me. However, there is one thing that they are inferior to me. My martial soul is much stronger than theirs. I'm also proficient in formations. You should know what it means to be proficient in formations, right? If that's the case, are you really stubborn and unwilling to agree to this prince's suggestion? Night Devil King realized more and more that he had unknowingly stepped into Ling Xiao's trap. He originally wanted to make Ling Xiao waver, but instead, he was the one who wavered first. Ling Xiao's every word made his heart tremble with fear. He really couldn't allow Ling Xiao to continue. Otherwise, wouldn't he, the Night Devil King, be frightened by a junior? Brat, so what if you have a glib tongue? Once you enter the spatial crack, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. To put it bluntly, you are just this king's prey. This king can decide how to deal with you at any time. Night Devil King roared, "You should be heavily injured, right?" Ling Xiao suddenly said. "What?" Night Devil King was shocked again. Ling Xiao actually saw through his injuries with a glance. This was something that Tyranny Tianhai and King Tianhai hadn't seen through. When he passed through the spatial crack, he was attacked by his pursuers and was heavily injured. This was a secret that only he knew. It seems like my guess was correct. Apart from being heavily injured, you also have a major flaw. This body of yours should be the result of 7 night devils fusing together, right? Ling Xiao smiled playfully and said, "After being heavily injured, cracks have already appeared in your fusion. It can fall apart at any time." "Just who are you?" Night Devil King was completely shocked. He had seen many crafty martial artists, but only this brat in front of him could see through him. In front of this brat, it was as if he had no secrets. It was as painful as standing naked in a world of ice and snow. "This king will kill you." Night Devil King definitely couldn't allow Ling Xiao to continue speaking, because he was afraid that if Ling Xiao continued, he would be the first to collapse. So he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and shut this guy up. The puppet representative of the mystic world could be found again. This brat was too terrifying. He definitely couldn't be left alive. Seeing that he was angry, Ling Xiao revealed a hint of a smile. No matter what kind of expert, once angered, there would be even more flaws and openings. He didn't know if he could use these openings to escape. But no matter what, this was an opportunity for him. He definitely couldn't let it go. Night Devil King's huge palm grabbed at Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura rose in the air. Heaven-covering demon hand. Boom. A terrifying pressure directly pressed down, as if it wanted to squash Ling Xiao, making him unable to move at all. However, Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm. He just looked at Night Devil King indifferently. He knew that under this palm, there was no way for him to survive. However, he wanted to find an impossible way out for himself in this life and death situation. Under the huge pressure, an immemorial golden crow appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, the immemorial divine demon also appeared there. The battle intent of the 2 immemorial divine demons rushed towards the heaven-covering demon hand. Unfortunately, battle intent was just battle intent. It wasn't the real immemorial divine demon and immemorial golden crow, although it collided with the heaven-covering demon hand. But it was still shattered in an instant. The heaven-covering demon hand pressed on Ling Xiao's body, but it didn't immediately kill Ling Xiao. Night Devil King Ling Xiao said, "You said that your martial soul is much stronger than Sky Ocean Tyranny and Sky Ocean Sovereign King. This king is somewhat interested. Then, in front of you, let this king destroy your martial soul." The terrifying reincarnation force directly poured into Ling Xiao's body, and then grabbed the martial soul residing in his soul realm. "So you actually have so many powerful martial souls. No wonder you're so proud. Immemorial Hell Dragon Martial Soul. Immemorial Nature Dragon Martial Soul. Immemorial 5 Elements Dragon Martial Soul. 12 Human Immortals Killing God White Blade Martial Soul. And Taodai Martial Soul. Terrifying. You're really too terrifying. You really can't stay in this world. Otherwise, you'll definitely become the biggest obstacle to this king's annexation of the mystic world. What martial soul is this?" When Night Devil King searched Ling Xiao's soul realm, he actually found a strange black figure. It was mysterious and exuded an ancient and boundless aura. It was as if the boundless Milky Way was its eyes and the boundless universe was its body. What kind of martial soul is hidden in your soul realm? This is your real martial soul, right? Night Devil King revealed a cold smile. You really think that this king can't take it out if it's hidden in the depths? I'd like to see what kind of martial soul you have. Chapter 1778. Amidst the roar, the Night Devil King's aura grew even stronger. His soul force poured into Ling Zhao's soul realm. Then, the soul force transformed into a little Night Devil King, grabbing onto the pitch-black figure. He wanted to pull out the mysterious martial soul. However, the moment the Night Devil King's soul power touched the black figure, something terrifying happened. The spatial crack started to tremble strangely, and the spatial tunnel started to collapse. It was as if a button of heaven and earth had been pressed. A terrifying power gushed out, tightly wrapping the entire space crack. The Sky Tyrant martial soul originally didn't have a physical body. However, the black figure became clearer and clearer. Its eyes opened as if they contained thousands of stars. A terrifying and mysterious pressure seeped into the Night Devil King's body. What the hell? The Night Devil King was terrified. His soul power was expelled by the terrifying pressure in an instant, and then it was directly shattered. The reason why the Night Devil King was terrified was because he felt how terrifying the black figure was. It shouldn't exist in this world. It was definitely an abomination. This abomination was high and mighty, above thousands of martial souls, and even above the mystic world. Even if it was a plane higher than the mystic world, in front of this terrifying abomination, it could only bow its head. The pitiful Night Devil King was as laughable as an ant in front of this terrifying and mysterious power. How can this be? What kind of terrifying thing is hidden in your body? Suppress it for me. 13 Heavenly Demon Death Seal. The Night Devil King couldn't understand, and he didn't have the time to think so much. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to seal this damned thing. It was his soul power that activated this terrifying existence. Now, he had to send this terrifying existence back. However, it was easier to invite a god than to send it away. The Night Devil King was already very powerful. The terrifying seal he released had already sealed Ling Zhao's entire spirit sea. The black figure seemed to be wrapped up, and he lost contact with it temporarily. However, it was only for a moment. The figure suddenly tore the seal and stepped out of Ling Zhao's spirit sea. It appeared behind Ling Zhao like a Sky Tyrant demon lord. However, it had no consciousness of its own. It was the most terrifying power hidden in Ling Zhao's body. It was just that Ling Zhao's current cultivation was still too low to activate this kind of power. The huge shadow stretched out its palm. It was all-encompassing, as if it was the universe itself. The Night Devil King was completely defenseless in front of him, just like Ling Zhao from before. Bang! A terrifying sound exploded, and the originally complete Night Devil King actually split into 7 bodies, each of which was a powerful heavenly demon. This was not the heavenly demon fighting spirit, but real heavenly demons. Each of them had terrifying strength, but in the end, it was still not as powerful as the 7 demons combined. Around them, countless demonic creatures began to flee frantically. They felt the terror of the huge figure and did not dare to stay. Unfortunately, the spatial crack had been completely sealed by this huge shadow, and the spatial tunnel had collapsed. Even if the demonic creatures wanted to escape, there was no way out. Tyrannical martial spirit. Seal 10,000 demons. The terrifying huge figure grabbed the countless demonic creatures and threw them all into Ling Zhao's spirit sea. These demonic creatures were intimidated by the terrifying aura and did not have the slightest ability to resist. Then, they all fell apart, turning into pure energy that flowed into the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans, where they were stored. With Ling Zhao's current physical condition, he could not withstand such terrifying energy. If he forcefully absorbed it, it might lead to his death. Therefore, temporarily storing it was the best choice. Fortunately, there were 3 primordial divine dragons in the Dragon Talismans. The 9 levels of Hell and the 18 Hell Talismans could also contain this energy, otherwise it would be too wasteful. But even so, the energy of the 7 Night Devils could not be stored. Therefore, the huge shadow actually sealed the 7 Night Devils into Ling Zhao's body. A strange demonic shadow appeared on his forehead. It had 7 heads, and it looked extremely strange. After doing all this, the huge shadow threw Ling Xiao out of the spatial crack, and then stepped into Ling Xiao's spirit sea, disappearing without a trace. Ling Xiao saw everything clearly, but there was nothing he could do. Nothing he could do. He could only allow the terrifying black shadow to complete this terrifying task. By the time he felt that he could move again, 2 days had already passed. Ling Xiao discovered that his cultivation had automatically risen to the early stage of Yin Yang Realm 10th stage in these 2 days. This was an unexpected surprise. However, Ling Xiao did not plan on staying in this damned place any longer. Since tyrannical ambition and the Sky Sea King knew about this place, they would definitely find it. Moreover, the Sky Sea King would find out about the spatial crack's destruction sooner or later. When the time came, he would definitely investigate who did it. He did not want to become the target of public criticism. As a result, he returned to where the soul fires were. At this moment, everyone had finished cultivating and was looking for him. Seeing that he had returned safely, they were all overjoyed. Of course, Ling Xiao was also very happy. These people all obtained the inheritance of the soul fires. Not only did their cultivation soar, but they also obtained the precious experience and power of ancient martial artists that others could only dream of. He believed that they would become even stronger in the future. Danfeng and Lu Lian finally broke through the shackles of Yin Yang Realm 12th stage and became experts like the 4 heroes of Tianhai. At the very least, they would not be weaker than the sacred sword of the Wind Devil. Long Chun reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm 9th stage. With his giant dragon body, it was not impossible for him to challenge a top genius of Yin Yang Realm 11th stage. If Ling Xiao was a true immortal stage genius, then Long Chun was a human immortal stage genius. Cold Plum also reached the 9th stage of Yin Yang Realm 9th stage. Feng Minglian reached the early stage of Yin Yang Realm 8th stage. Mou and Zhu Xiaozong became martial artists of Yin Yang Realm 7th stage. As for Ji Luoyu, this girl had actually used the medicinal pill she obtained from Sunsa during her cultivation to push her cultivation to the peak of the 8th level of the Yin Yang stage. Let's go back. There are still good things to share. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with everyone's cultivation breakthroughs. He planned to give a portion of the magic crystal liquid he obtained to everyone to help them continue to increase their cultivation. Of course, he would keep most of it for himself. Although the early stage of Yin Yang Realm 10th stage was already very powerful, Ling Xiao was still not satisfied. He could challenge top geniuses by 3 levels, but against rebirth stage geniuses, it was already very good to be able to surpass 2 levels. Against human immortal stage geniuses, surpassing 1 level was the limit. Thus, his cultivation could continue to increase. Chapter 1779. Ling Xiao's blood soul talisman contained a large amount of energy, so breaking through shouldn't be a problem. His current problem was that his body's toughness couldn't keep up with his cultivation breakthrough. Thus, what he needed to do now was strengthen his mystic world body, and magic crystal liquid was the most suitable. Soaking his body in magic crystal liquid could strengthen his mystic world body further. That way, he could slowly convert the energy stored in the blood soul talisman into his own cultivation. Breaking through to Yin Yang Realm level 11 should be just around the corner. The way out was easier than expected. After the spatial crack exploded, the soul temple began to collapse and light appeared above them. It was undoubtedly from the surface. They were all Yin Yang Realm experts. Although the flight was filled with danger, it was still easy for them to fly out of the collapsed soul shrine. Ling Xiao had inadvertently saved Wu Qinhuang and Feng Ming Wu Yang. These two were originally fighting the Nightman clan's Black Streak and Gold Streak elders when the skies suddenly lit up. How could the two be willing to be entangled with the enemy? They quickly escaped. As for the Black Streak and Gold Streak elders, they also followed. They were ordered by the Dark Fire clan's patriarch to kill Ling Xiao. Only by leaving the underground could they accomplish this. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Sea King and Heavenly Sea Tyranny, who were chatting, suddenly revealed shocked expressions. Not good. Something happened down there. The Heavenly Sea King flew through the air. In a secret room deep in the imperial palace, there was an entrance to the underground. At this moment, the entrance was actually collapsing continuously. Zhang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er rushed out, but both of them were seriously injured. Shangguan Qing'er looked like she was on the verge of death. What the hell is going on? Heavenly Sea Tyranny asked coldly. Reporting to your majesty, Crown Prince, someone is causing trouble down there. The entire spatial crack has been destroyed, and the Night Devil King is nowhere to be found. This was the frightening scene that Zhang Lei saw while escaping. He only heard the Night Devil King's miserable cries. Although he didn't know what happened, he was sure that the Night Devil King was in trouble. Someone can actually suppress the Night Devil King? How is that possible? Could it be the Jingyi School's people? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean asked coldly. That's impossible. If those bastards from the Jingyi School really want to do this, they won't do it secretly. They will definitely do it openly because they want us to know that there can only be one sect on the White Tiger continent. The Tian High King shook his head. What did the two of you see? Reporting to your majesty, we saw a demon-like warrior. He was the one who stole our magic crystal liquid and killed Zhang Haoren and Yu Yang. Zhang Lei replied, Demon? Could it be someone from the spatial rift? The Tian High King fell into deep thought. Both of you, go back and recuperate. After that, write down everything that happened down here. Tyranny Heavenly Seas glanced at Zhang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er, his eyes cold and disappointed. After Zhang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er had left, he looked at the Tian High King and asked, Father, do you think what they said can be trusted? They wouldn't dare lie. The Tian High King said, Humph, who would have thought that the plan we painstakingly planned for more than 10 years would be ruined by someone in one day? If I find out who this person is, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Father, perhaps things aren't as bad as you think. Tyranny Heavenly Seas suddenly smiled. Your son has long been worried that this spatial rift would be destroyed, so a few years ago, I secretly built the Heavenly Demon altar somewhere else. The quality of the demons there is not inferior to the ones in the spatial rift. It's just that without the Night Devil King, their overall strength is still somewhat weak. Night Devil King? Although that guy is strong, he is not easy to subdue. Without him, it will be easier to control. The Tian High King smiled. As expected of my crown prince, well done. Apart from you and me, don't tell anyone else about this, including your crown princess. I will not ask you about the whereabouts of the altar. I will leave everything to you. Many thanks for your trust, Father. Tyranny Heavenly Seas nodded. All right, seal this passage, then do what you need to do. The White Tiger Assembly will soon arrive. Your first task is to take the #1 position of the White Tiger continent's geniuses. Only then will you be able to convince the masses. The Tian High King's originally angry mood had gradually calmed down, and he smiled at Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Your son obeys. While Tyranny Heavenly Seas and the Tian High King were discussing the future, Ling Xiao and his 8 companions had already found a suitable place to cultivate and began to use the magic crystal liquid to refine their bodies. Everyone's martial soul was different, their internal strength was different, and even their martial arts were different. All of these would lead to different effects on their bodies. The energy of the magic crystal liquid was too eye-catching. They didn't dare return to Sky Sea City, because once they did, many people would covet it. It was better to find a place to cultivate while they were outside the city. The place Ling Xiao chose was the famous Magic Mountain outside Sky Sea City. Magic Mountain was a ruin left behind from the ancient war. The reason why it was called Magic Mountain was because it was once the battlefield between the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly Demons. The magic chi here was extremely terrifying. Normal martial artists couldn't enter. Ling Xiao only had this ability because he had cultivated the shadow profound meaning and comprehended the primordial heavenly devil fighting will. He found a hidden place. This was a tomb, and inside, there was a bronze coffin. The vampire zombie in the coffin was slapped to death by him, and then he took over the coffin and cultivated inside. This time, he cultivated for a very long time, because he needed to use the magic crystal liquid to refine his body and break through. This process required a very long time to complete. A day passed, and Ling Xiao awakened 1100 Emperor Heaven Empress Earth cells. 2 days passed, and Ling Xiao's body began to release a black light. which finally merged with the green and gold light. A layer of black scab actually formed on his body. After this layer of scab receded, it was as if he had been reborn, and his physical body had undergone another terrifying upgrade. 3 days passed, and a shocking black light suddenly shot out from the bronze coffin, straight into the sky. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and then the dark clouds broke apart, revealing a terrifying giant door. It was the gate of hell. It was the gate of hell on the 11th level. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and discovered that his cultivation had broken through to the 11th level of the yin-yang realm. Others could only break through the gate of hell after reaching the late stage of the yin-yang realm, but he directly opened it after reaching the early stage. To Ling Xiao, such a change was naturally something to be happy about. My cultivation has broken through, so it's time to return to Sky Sea City. I wonder how my companions are doing. He reached out to push the bronze coffin, but suddenly, he was on guard. There were people. There were enemies. Chapter 1780. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and a grave on Demon Mountain was blasted open. A bronze coffin was blown out from the inside. Around the coffin, there were dozens of figures standing there. They were all staring at the bronze coffin with hatred in their eyes. This is Demon Mountain. Why are there so many powerhouses here? Ling Xiao was shocked when he sensed the terrifying pressure outside the bronze coffin. He chose Demon Mountain because it was suitable for him to cultivate. Secondly, it was impossible for a martial artist to appear here. However, he was in trouble. There were dozens of powerhouses, and the weakest of them was at level 10 yin-yang realm. What force could nurture such a terrifying group of powerhouses? They were all wearing black cloaks and emitting a strange aura. The aura was closer to demon chi. Could they be heavenly demons? No. Although they had demon chi, they were still part of the 10,000 tribes. Heavenly demon cult. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a possibility that he had overlooked. Heavenly demon cult existed in White Tiger Mainland and Tianhai Empire, but no one knew where their headquarters were. Why was he so stupid? Demon Mountain was a good place for Heavenly Demon Cult to set up camp. He had been smart all his life, but now he was stupid. He had barged into Heavenly Demon Cult's base. No wonder so many powerhouses appeared. Boom! The bronze coffin suddenly shattered and shot towards those martial artists. Logically speaking, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it was not difficult to kill a level 10 yin-yang realm martial artist. However, after the coffin fragments shot out, those guys dodged them. It seemed like they could transmit information to each other. What a pair of eyes saw could be transmitted to another person instantly. In that case, they could share the information. After breaking open the bronze coffin, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and flew in a certain direction in an attempt to escape. There were too many people and even more powerhouses. In addition, this was Heavenly Demon Cult's base. It was definitely not beneficial for him to fight in such a place. However, his movements seemed to have been predicted by the other party. Before he could even move, the dozens of people had already moved, directly sealing off his escape route. Not only were these people fast, but their eyesight was also so good, Ling Xiao found it hard to believe. It was nighttime, and a strange full moon hung above the Devil Mountain. That full moon was completely red, as though it was a devil eye that was observing the entire Devil Mountain. Ling Xiao looked up and seemed to have understood something. Once again, he flashed and fled in another direction. At this moment, he was looking at the full moon in the sky. The blood-red moon flickered, and then he found that his path was blocked again. As expected, the source of your information is the blood moon, right? From Ling Xiao's point of view, it shouldn't be a real moon. The Demon Mountain must have been sealed by some powerful force. The moon was actually a secret technique created by someone. The other party did not speak, as if they were dead. No one answered his question. Ling Xiao frowned and asked again, "Are you people from the Heavenly Demon Cult?" Although he knew that no one would answer his question, he still asked anyway, because he wanted to see their reaction. Even if they didn't answer, their eyes and expressions would tell him the answer. Seems like there's no mistake. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Many of his guesses had been confirmed. However, now that he knew the Heavenly Demon Cult's base, these people would definitely not let him leave. Since that was the case, he might as well start a massacre. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Ever since he had broken through in the underground world, he had not truly fought a big battle. Today, these heavenly demon cult followers would be a tool to test the results of his cultivation. He looked up at the blood moon. That thing seemed to be able to guess his thoughts. In other words, it could capture his soul fluctuations. As long as he could create fake soul fluctuations, it would be enough to fool the blood moon. Of course, it was not easy to do that. First, his soul power could not be too much weaker than the person who created the blood moon. Ling Xiao fit the criteria. Therefore, he could give it a try. His figure flashed as he rushed outside. At the same time, he released a soul fluctuation to escape. As expected, those heavenly demon cult followers fell for it. The moment he was about to come into contact with them, he suddenly changed directions and charged towards the heavenly demon cult martial artist closest to him. This sudden attack clearly shocked the heavenly demon cult followers. Kill. Ling Xiao revealed a ferocious expression. Then, he threw a punch, and the terrifying power of the Heaven Earth Queen burst out. The heavenly demon cult martial artist he attacked was at the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. Seeing his attack, he calmly prepared to counterattack. However, Ling Xiao's punch was like the descent of the Heaven Earth Queen. It was filled with a bold and powerful aura. It was invincible and crushed everything. Boom. With just one punch, the heavenly demon cult martial artist was blasted into a pulp. Even his corpse could not be found. Ling Xiao twisted his body and charged towards another martial artist next to him. Stop! In the crowd, someone shouted and intercepted Ling Xiao's fist midway. Bam! Both of his fists exploded in the sky. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying force coming from his fists, causing his perlicue to hurt. This person's cultivation was at the 13th level of Yin-Yang realm. He was even more powerful than Mo Dao and Wu Qinhuang. However, while he did not feel good, his opponent was in a worse state. So what if his cultivation base was 2 realms higher than Ling Xiao's 1,100 Emperor Heaven Queen of Earth cells? That person still screamed in agony as he was blasted out. Then, he crashed into a huge rock on the demon mountain. All the bones in his body felt like they were about to shatter. Die! Ling Xiao actually abandoned his original target and charged towards the 13th level of Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Ice's fury appeared in his hand. Yin and Yang origin energy coiled around Ice's fury. Killing intent filled the sky as his battle intent exploded. His speed was extremely fast. He was like a shooting star shuttling through the universe. Almost no one could stop him or fight him. Wherever the long sword went, it would be a massacre. The 13th level Yin-Yang realm heavenly demon cult martial artist did not expect to be severely injured by Ling Xiao even though he was fully prepared. When he saw Ling Xiao's sword stabbing towards him, he could not move at all. His face was filled with fear. He did not want to die. He joined the heavenly demon cult, sold his soul, and sold his beliefs in order to obtain the strongest power. He obtained the power to snatch the woman he liked from the hands of others and kill the woman's entire family. Chapter 1781. Facing Ling Xiao's fatal strike, many memories flashed through the 13th layer Yin-Yang realm cultivator's mind. He had killed his woman's entire family. That was because the woman refused to marry him and her family looked down on him. So, he wanted revenge. He was a demon, not a human. Why did he need to have feelings? He felt that he could do whatever he wanted. However, this time, he found that he had not abandoned his cowardice or fear. When facing death, he was still so weak and pitiful. The other cultivators of the heavenly demon cult were all dumbfounded. When Ling Xiao found that he could not break free, he started a massacre. This kind of person was crazy. Could it be that he thought that he could kill a few dozen of them with his own strength? However, Ling Xiao would not answer their question. Ling Xiao's sword was unstoppable. How dare you hurt someone from the heavenly demon cult? You deserve to die. The people of the heavenly demon cult naturally could not just watch as Ling Xiao killed the 13th layer Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Just as Ling Xiao's sword pierced out, A terrifying force suddenly came from the side of his body, attacking him. Ling Xiao did not look. He did not care. It was as if only he and the enemy before him existed in the world. I don't want to die. I'm a demon. Only I can kill. No one can kill me. The expert who was struggling on the brink of death suddenly gathered all his internal energy and attacked Ling Xiao. He tried to defend by attacking and block Ling Xiao's attack. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough for his companions to save him. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao's strike contained the ultimate slaughter sword intent. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Behind him, an illusory figure actually appeared. It was the killing god's white blade martial soul that he had forcefully taken from Fengming Qishan. The killing god white blade had never been able to cultivate the slaughter sword intent to his level. Even human kings could not do it. This was probably the terrifying aspect of extreme slaughter and the unconventional path of the sword. Whoosh! The black sword radiance broke through everything that stood in its way. A plum blossom of blood spread out and bloomed. That heavenly demon cult martial artist who was already an arrow at the end of its flight had his throat slit by Ling Xiao's sword on the spot. And at this moment, the attack from the side had already arrived. Ling Xiao did not dodge. The ice's fury in his hand pierced out at an unbelievable speed and angle, colliding with this brazen attack. His body flew more than 10 meters away. On the other hand, the opponent was sent flying dozens of meters away in a straight line. In terms of strength and cultivation, there was probably no one who could compare to him. Even if his cultivation was a few levels higher than his, it was impossible for him to be stronger than him. The heavenly demon cultists' hearts sank at that sight, and their faces turned ugly. A few days ago, some sky demon cultists had passed by and noticed Ling Xiao's presence, and reported it to the sky demon cult's main altar. The main altar was naturally furious at Ling Xiao for daring to kill a disciple of the sky demon cult. Hence, they sent dozens of experts to encircle and annihilate him. They thought that it would be a piece of cake to kill Ling Xiao with so many people. However, once the battle began, the situation did not look good. Ling Xiao was unscathed, but 2 of the sky demon cult martial artists had died. One was at the 10th stage of Yin Yang, and the other was at the 13th stage of Yin Yang. Ling Xiao was obviously much more powerful than the rumors said. How did this guy cultivate? How long had he been in the White Tiger mainland? His ability had improved so quickly. Originally, some of the cultists felt that it was a waste to send so many experts to kill Ling Xiao. However, they wished that there were more people now. If there were only a few of them, they would not be able to stop Ling Xiao at all. They might even be wiped out. If this guy is not eliminated, the saint will not be at peace. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Another expert made his move. This person held a terrifying giant hammer in his hand and smashed it at Ling Xiao's head. That terrifying power was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. The hammer seemed to want to smash Ling Xiao into a pulp. 14th level of the Yin Yang realm? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was even more surprised. How powerful was the Sky Demon cult? He started to suspect that the Sky Demon cult was just like the rumors. It was just a temporary sect formed by some martial artists who were bewitched by the Sky Demon. Perhaps such a rumor was simply misleading. There must be an expert behind the Sky Demon cult. Otherwise, why would they send out such a terrifying group of people just to kill a mere Ling Xiao? 2 14th level Yin Yang realm experts. More than a dozen 13th level Yin Yang realm experts. The rest were 10th level Yin Yang realm to 12th level Yin Yang realm experts. He felt that only the Sky Sea Saint Academy could send such a lineup in the entire Tianhai Empire. However, although he had a grudge with the Sky Sea Saint Academy, these people were obviously not disciples of the Sky Sea Saint Academy. They were not martial artists from the imperial family either. They could not possibly be martial artists from the Water Spirit Temple. The Water Spirit Temple was not that powerful. Why did a good man become a thief? Kill. A dark demonic sword hovered above Ling Xiao's head and merged with Ice's fury. With the dark demonic sword in hand, his confidence was boosted. He charged toward the 14th level Yin Yang realm expert. Rumble. The terrifying demonic sword and the terrifying hammer collided. The giant hammer was sent flying. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was blasted to the ground. At that moment, He felt his organs tremble as if they were about to fly out of his body. His heart was filled with shock, and he secretly felt fortunate that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, with his previous cultivation, if he encountered these fellows, he would have died without a burial ground. Kill. Another person attacked from the ground. He seemed to want to use the momentum of Ling Xiao's fall to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced out of the corner of his eye. No matter how hard this person tried to hide, he could not escape the prying of his Tai Chi eye. This person had the terrifying bloodline of the Crocodile clan. What was going on? Was this a member of the Tianhai Empire's imperial family? A member of the imperial family had joined the heavenly demon cult? Or was the imperial family behind the heavenly demon cult? He thought of many things in an instant. If it was really the imperial family behind the scenes, then this matter was serious. Would it involve the Tianhai king? Or was it the crown prince who created the sect in secret? Thinking back to what the Night Devil King had said to him, it was possible. Now that the Night Devil King had been sealed, no one could restrict the heavenly demon cult. If it was really Tianhai tyranny who created the sect, then this guy's ambition was huge. And to achieve his ambition, he was willing to do anything. Thinking of many things, Ling Xiao's sword did not slow down. The dark demonic sword trembled. A shadow all pierced through the air and collided with the imperial martial artist's fists. However, this guy was also a 14th level in Young Realm expert. After destroying the shadow although its power was weakened, it still hit his body and smashed him into the ground. Chapter 1782. Ling Xiao grunted and his face turned pale. Although he could still withstand this kind of impact, he was afraid that today's battle would not end peacefully. He had to expend a lot of effort to deal with a 14th level in Young Realm expert. Now there were two, and there were so many 13th level in Young Realm martial artists working together. This was a hellish level of difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao dodged the continuous attacks with shocking speed. He looked at everyone coldly and asked, "Are you from tyrannical Sky Ocean or the Sky Ocean King? You'll know after you die." The 14th level in Young Realm martial artist from the imperial family smiled coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, you're much stronger than we imagined. It's precisely because of this that we can't allow you to continue living. Today, Demon Mountain will be your burial ground. No matter how cunning and smart you are, it's useless." Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed towards the sky. "Kill me? The price to pay for killing me is huge. If you're not careful, your heavenly demon cult's main altar won't exist anymore." Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned evil. His left eye, Tai Chi eye, and right eye, three-leaf demon eyes opened at the same time. Wings of darkness appeared on his back. His body was covered in a layer of white bone armor. He entered the state of hell physique. As his cultivation increased, Ling Xiao's hell physique lasted longer and longer. Now, it wouldn't lose its effect for 2 to 4 hours. It became an effective supplement to his battle strength. He really is a demon. The heavenly demon cult members always thought that they were the most terrifying and cruel. They worshipped the heavenly demon and had the ability to make people tremble. But when they saw Ling Xiao's cold eyes and terrifying killing intent, they suddenly realized. Only then did they realize that there were people in this world who were more like demons than they were. Ong! A dragon's roar resounded as 3 illusory images of divine dragons appeared behind Ling Xiao. Immemorial Hell Dragon, Immemorial Nature Dragon, Immemorial 5 Elements Dragon. The 3 dragon souls roared and charged towards the crowd. They covered the sky and were extremely ferocious. "Don't even think about harming the disciples of our sacred cult." The 2 martial artists at the 14th level of the Yin Yang realm jumped out from the crowd and released their martial souls. A gigantic crocodile god and a ferocious war elephant. They clashed head-on with the 3 divine dragons. Although the 3 divine dragons were powerful, they were not enough to be Ling Xiao's martial soul. If he faced any one of them, Ling Xiao was absolutely confident that he could suppress them. However, facing 2 people at the same time, the 3 divine dragons were helpless. With 2 martial souls blocking 3 dragon souls, Ling Xiao's attack couldn't even get close to the heavenly demon cultists. You won't let me kill him, but I will. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, two screams could be heard from the crowd as the children of shadow emerged from the darkness, drawing the lives of the sky demon cultists into the darkness. Another person had died. Although he was only at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm, he was still a martial artist. However, these were the only ones that Ling Xiao could kill with ease. The first thing he had to do in order to kill these guys was to separate the two 14th level yin-yang martial artists. With that thought, Ling Xiao made use of the moment when the three dragon souls were blocking the attack to dash out of the demon mountain. He escaped from the gap between the martial artists that he had killed and charged out of the demon mountain. Thief, let's go. The two 14th level yin-yang martial artists worked together to repel the three dragon souls before they sped up and chased after him. Their speed seemed to be enhanced on the demon mountain. Even if Ling Xiao unleashed his top speed, he still couldn't shake them off. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to shake them off. After he had put some distance between himself and the two of them, he suddenly turned back. Although the two of them were fast, they were still chasing after him and had to be delayed for a moment. This caused them to be led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao charged into the crowd and stabbed with his sword, reaping the life of another sky demon cultists. Damn it! This guy is too cunning. We definitely can't chase after him together. Let's split up. You go right. I'll go left. The two martial artists at the 14th level of the yin-yang realm did not know that their decision was exactly what Ling Xiao had been dreaming of. Ling Xiao couldn't do anything when the two of them worked together. However, if they split up, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Stop right there. One of them pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and charged out of the demon mountain again. However, he was closer to one of them and even wanted to close the distance between them. Along the way, Ling Xiao silently circulated his yin-yang origin energy and was prepared to enter the heavenly demon avatar. If he wanted to kill that martial artist with one strike, he had to use his most powerful attack. Die. That person chased after him and suddenly threw a punch. The fist force transformed into a ferocious war elephant that charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't take it head-on because it would expose his strength. His figure flashed slightly, and with a horizontal movement, he dodged the man's attack. When the attack flew out, it actually blasted a mountaintop apart. This attack was indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it was meaningless if it couldn't hit the target. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid. Although the rest of them were also chasing after Ling Xiao, they couldn't catch up with his speed. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a few people consecutively. Although they didn't seem to be afraid, they were actually very wary of him. Therefore, other than the two 14th level yin-yang martial artists, the rest of the group didn't hold back. They didn't go all out to chase after Jiang Yi. No one wanted to be the first to be caught and killed by Ling Xiao. A demon was a demon after all. Martial artists who fell into the demon Dao usually had their own thoughts. Although they weren't all vicious, they were definitely not people who liked to work with others. It was harder than ascending to heaven to get them to work together. You won't be able to escape, Ling Xiao. One of the martial artists at the 14th level of the yin-yang realm did not realize that he was already alone. This was a very dangerous thing to do. However, he didn't know it all. On one hand, he didn't care. On the other hand, he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao at all. Perhaps he had the upper hand in the beginning and thought that Ling Xiao wasn't as good as him. Even if he was alone, he could kill Ling Xiao. Perhaps this was what they meant by the skilled or bold. Don't you realize that you're very far away from your companions? Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and smiled at this cultivator. Although his smile was very bright, in this cultivator's eyes, this smile was filled with treachery. So what? It's easy for me to kill you alone. The martial artist turned around to look. Indeed, his companions were gone. Unknowingly, he had chased for dozens of miles and circled around Demon Mountain. He reckoned that his companions were confused. However, with the crimson moon demon eye in the sky, he believed that his companions would arrive soon. Of course, before that, he had to take the first credit and cut off Ling Xiao's head. Chapter 1783. The huge hammer attacked again, but it was thrown out by the 14th level young martial artist. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that there was actually a long chain at the end of the hammer. Instead of calling it a hammer, it was more like a chain hammer. It wasn't that he had never seen such a strange weapon before, it was just that very few people used it. I've said it before. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Ling Xiao smirked, and his body began to transform. He entered the Heavenly Demon Avatar in an instant. Heavenly Demon Avatar, Electric Demon King. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with demonic qi. He held the Dark Demon Sword in his strange Electric Demon King body, and he looked even more ferocious and terrifying. Black lightning kept flashing on his body. The Dark Demon Sword in his hand seemed to be spitting out terrifying black lightning energy and slaughter sword intent. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't just look terrifying. His lethality was also shocking. The 14th level young martial artist was obviously stunned when he saw Ling Xiao in this state. Fear grew in his heart. However, the arrow was already knocked, and he had to release it. He had already attacked, and he could not take it back. Ling Xiao smiled. He grabbed the Dark Demon Sword with his demonic claw and stabbed it out. A ball of black lightning enveloped by hell dragon fire quickly condensed on the tip of the sword. Rumble. Crack. The terrifying black lightning was like the god of destruction. When it came into contact with the hammer, it actually shattered it instantly. Then, the black lightning followed the chain and charged towards the 14th level young realm martial artist. The lightning was too fast. The martial artist tried to throw away the chain in his hand, but it was too late. The extremely terrifying black lightning wreaked havoc on his body, causing terrifying black smoke to rise from his body. Fortunately, he was a 14th level young stage powerhouse. If it was any other martial artist, he would have lost his life immediately from that attack. However, Ling Xiao would not let him escape. Since he had successfully isolated this martial artist, he had to kill him before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Die! Ling Xiao let out a low roar. His strange body was wrapped in powerful dark lightning as he charged towards his opponent. The 14th level young martial artist turned around and fled. However, when he was struck by the black lightning, he was already seriously injured. Now that his speed was greatly reduced, how could he escape from Ling Xiao? The crisis of death was coming from behind him. He was terrified beyond reason. How could he have imagined that Ling Xiao could actually unleash such a terrifying attack? How did he do it? Run. He told himself that if he had been any slower, he would have lost his life. Therefore, he rushed forward with all his might. However, it was useless. His body seemed to be restrained by something, and he couldn't even display half of his usual speed. His heart was filled with despair. He regretted that he had chased after her alone. However, there was no point in regretting it now. His only hope was for another 14th level young martial artist to chase after him and rescue him. He saw the silhouette of his companions. Don't be afraid. I'll save you. His companion's voice rang in his ears like the most beautiful music in the world. He listened to the voice and was almost intoxicated. A smile bloomed on his face. He was saved. Do you think you're saved? However, a cold voice came from behind him. The enemy was so close. No, I don't want to die. He didn't want to die. However, the cold, dark demonic sword had already pierced his body. The terrifying black lightning was wreaking havoc in his body. He felt that his internal organs were constantly being destroyed, as if a piece of paper was burning from the inside. His terrified scream echoed throughout the entire demon mountain. All the heavenly demon sect martial artists heard it, including the imperial family expert who had rushed over. He was even more shocked than the others because he saw his powerful companion being devoured and destroyed by the black lightning. His body abruptly stopped as he stared blankly at the scene before him, terrified beyond belief. He clearly saw the black lightning burning his companion's organs. Then, it started to burn his bones, muscles, and skin. He felt his scalp go numb. How could there be such a terrifying attack? Was this still a human's attack? The others also rushed over. They were fortunate enough to see the final terrifying scene. A powerful martial artist was like a painting being burned to the point where only his face was left. Then, his face gradually disappeared. The air seemed to suddenly freeze. It was filled with a terrifying deathly stillness and fear. No one dared to breathe, as if they were afraid they would wake something up. The flames continued to spread up, reaching his waist, his chest, and his heart. Ling Xiao stood there, looking coldly at the crowd, as if he was a fearful demon king. I said before, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. He broke into a grin. But Ling Xiao, who was currently in the lightning demon king form, had a smile that was not good looking at all. Instead, it was somewhat sinister. Among them, the strongest martial artist was killed just like that? This scene was hard for the heavenly demon sect to accept. They had come aggressively to denounce him, but in the end, he was not injured at all, while they had suffered heavy losses. The enemy was standing there. The enemy was standing there. They could go and take revenge for their companion right now. But no one moved. The space where Ling Xiao was seemed to have become a forbidden area, and no one dared to go near. Who dared to go near? Even the strongest martial artist among them was killed by this fellow. Were they prepared to die if they rushed over? No one was stupid. No one was stupid. In fact, Ling Xiao had exhausted a large amount of yin-yang energy to kill the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist in a short time. This attack made him very weak. If the other party dared to attack now, he would have to use his trump card to fight. But the funny thing was, none of these heavenly demon sect members who claimed to be unafraid of death dared to go near him. Even the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist from the imperial family did not dare to. Ling Xiao seized the time to recover. But he did not dare to eat pills, because once he did, it would expose the fact that he did not have enough origin power, and the other party would definitely swarm over to attack. Fortunately, he had stored a large amount of origin power in the Blood Soul Talisman. He could use the Blood Soul Talisman to continuously replenish his origin power. Although it was not as fast as consuming pills, it was much faster than normal recovery. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill him. Suddenly, the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist from the imperial family spoke. He was stronger, so he had the authority to order other martial artists. The three of you attack together. This fellow must be very weak now. Whoever kills him will get the credit. He pointed at 3 heavenly demon sect members from the crowd. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.